And we got to navigate that.
need European government bonds that has really contributed to this big move.
Do you agree with that assessment? This isn't a U.S. issue?
I woke up this morning and I saw that we had 5, 6, 7 basis points up in the long end of the curve, and it just extended in the U.S. hours. One thing that I think would be interesting to think about is that we've had an up move. There's a channel upward in yields on the 10-year, which has been in nominals, but also been mirrored in real yield. So really in the U.S.
Real yields. Oil is going down. Oil's just kind of holding. It's like a weird, people are still just afraid of it. Hey, bro. That's it. Is it going to be? No way. Was Friday red too? Yeah, Friday what? Are we about to have a down Friday, down Monday? Because every Monday so far for the last month, or like 6 Mondays, every Monday is like chill. But we haven't had a down Friday. holding. Yeah, UPS. Nah, they're still up. All of those names are up. AT&T went down a little bit. Yeah, I think TLT just hit a 52-week low. So I think any low from here, you might start seeing TLT show up. Yeah, this is already a gap down. So any low from here intraday. And then where is it, bro? Wow, this is about to break the 2008 level. That's actually insane. So then you just start get to 05, 06 if that's the case. Well, let's see. Inverted. Yeah, bro. Rate just shot up in that 2 months. Lithium at lows for the year. Interesting. What's up, EV? Lithium. I don't think can you trade those futures? Dallas Fed business in 2 minutes. So again, watch dollar, watch bonds. The whole theme of this week. How does data confirm higher for longer and that messaging that we got? So get ready, though. You have about like a minute 12. Again, you have ECB. They're talking earlier. Dallas Fed is expected to be -10. This is related to manufacturing. And just keep in mind, good news, bad news, good news. That may come into play here. So just don't be too surprised. And also, if nothing happens, I'll just tell you now, if a small bond reaction is created and the market moves a lot, I would believe the bonds. CME has one, though, for lithium. Yeah, I didn't even know that. The SE news, I'll double check that, but I thought there's SEE, but not SE. Ooh, 2%. All right. 20 seconds. But I don't see anything on SE. There's somebody registered shares, and then I see Asian equities traded in the U.S. as ADR surge. That's all from last week. Average on Rite Aid. I'm waiting to close my covered calls. So, again, that's step number 2 that we've been on for the last month. Again, and if the update for Rite Aid, I don't know if you guys, it's kind of funny, but Rite Aid, again, it's off of a Wall Street Journal report. So they gave another exclusive talking about Rite Aid in negotiations with creditors and planning to close 400 to 500 stores, says a source. But that's all. And then Dallas Fed, -18.1. So that was bad. Maybe it causes a good news reaction. But that came in a lot worse than expected. Actually, very bad. It was expected to be -10, came in -18, which was similar to last month, but pretty much bad manufacturing news. Again, that's only one part regionally. What does that mean? Just bad data. So it's just one part, in Dallas, the Dallas Fed, they look at contacts in manufacturing and they have a gauge in terms of how much they produce, and they give you a number based on last month. So it's kind of a tertiary data point. It's smaller, it's more specific, it's related to a region, but it is a data set. But as far as it coming lower, that means manufacturing contracted a little bit compared to the last month. And what we're saying is maybe that could have a good reaction, but literally the market did not even budge on that. If anything, bonds going a little lower. How about TLT? Is good. I mean, I'm in the ZB short. I don't know if I should close it or not, but it's doing very good. But I think this is why I'm saying I just think maybe this last 2 months of the year, maybe we go back into that market where it's all about responding to data with bonds and the currency, and then equities just kind of do their thing. It's still early. Okay. I'm closing my 30-year now. I'm gonna try to double dip on it, but I closed out the 30-year bond. That was like $3,000 profit, so I'm cool with it. Oxy CO Holib speaks on Bloomberg. Come on, man. Oh, is this her? Let's see.
Around the world.
So some of the underproduction or undersupply was because you guys, shale players. So are you doing anything differently if we're at a mid-cycle price of 80 and we have spurts to a 90?
I think that certainly our industry has gotten to the point where we are practicing much more discipline than we used to practice. You see that prices have been moderated recently, that a lot of people have predicted $120 to $130 oil. You haven't seen it because the industry doesn't want to go there. Since in that time period that I just described, since 2004, prices were above $100 26% of the time. I don't think we'll see that again. I think
Vicky's still capital disciplined, or Vicky's going to pump more?
We're capital disciplined, and what that means for us is that we don't increase oil significantly in a market where we don't see the balance.
Okay.
It would only be in a market where we see the balance that we would increase our production, and then it would be at a moderate pace. Okay. We really are much more focused on returns than production volumes.
Any recessionary things that you're noticing or fears? Any demand destruction? Like, are you noticing anything on the backside in terms of demand for you guys?
We don't see any demand destruction at this point. I don't think that if prices went above 100, that it would stay long enough to destroy
This is
demand.
CEO of
I
Oxy.
really think that we're continuing to see
It's great in the importance of energy.
And I think even
Give it
in a
listen.
recession, I don't think that demand would drop so significantly that it would drop prices.
So we're here at an energy security summit. And part of the line is going to be like, let's unleash American oil, right? If you unleash American oil can go to $40 a barrel,
Arnett has
$55
been going
a barrel.
crazy.
You're not going to want that.
halted.
You're going to need higher prices.
Roblo
So
on the high.
if you got the go-ahead to be like, you can do whatever you want, Vicky, would you? Can you? Are there other constraints?
The constraints really are making sure that you increase value, that you don't destroy value. If you look in those, that 20%, 26% of the time that prices were above $100, a lot of value was destroyed because we drove up the cost of what we were doing. We were inefficient at that activity level, the industry in general. And so now I think there's a lot more discipline around how to do it better, and not to get into an oversupply market.
So if I look forward for Oxy in the next 10, 20 years, you guys are going to basically be a carbon management company. And a big part of that is direct air capture. You suck some carbon out of the air and you either store it or you use it to get more oil. You recently announced that Amazon is going to purchase about 250,000 metric tons of carbon removal credits over 10 years. Huge. It's a big part to get that plant built. What are the financial terms of the deal?
I can't say, but I can say this.
Okay.
That since we started working on selling carbon reduction credits a couple of years ago, the voluntary compliance market has continued to grow. More and more companies are wanting to offset their carbon footprint. There's more than 2,800 companies around the world that have goals to reduce their carbon footprint or neutralize it. Therefore, prices are starting to go up for carbon reduction credits. We can't share prices on contracts, but we can say that we believe that this is certainly encouraging us to know that we can do this in a commercial way. And the important thing to remember is that what we're building here is a technology that the world desperately needs to reduce CO2 out of the atmosphere. And in doing that, what we can do too is provide value to our shareholders. Because if we can't do that, it's not sustainable.
So let me ask it a different way.
Net zero, baby. You know what I'm saying? Net zero. What's up? What's up? But yeah, Oxy. Oil, again, the fact is oil is it's going to be the most important thing. But right now, we don't know if it's going to stay high or if it's going to drop. So again, a lot of people are even trying to short. It's like shorting oil as well as buying into it. It's quite the interesting dynamic. Because some people are hoping it just comes down. But now, again, we woke up and everyone's saying, everyone buy oil. And now there's record shorts and non-shorts in now the market. And then growth in Texas factories resumed in September. Production rebounded 20 points to plus 7.9. Dallas Fed lower to 18.1 from 17.2. New orders are up 11 to 5.2. Shipments are up 15 to negative 1.1. Inventories flat at negative 6.9. Labor market measures suggest stronger employment up 9 points and longer work week up 9 points. Prices paid up by 8 points to 25. Wage pressure flat at 34 were mixed. Expectations were mixed as future general business activity fell further, negative to 16.5. That's the full read on the Dallas Fed services. DRI on the low. Again, there's AMD. I covered my 30-year bond short. I need to get you the oil charts. I forgot. There's like 5 different charts right now that people are worried about. Biden says Writer Guild studio agreement is testament to power of collective bargaining. We did it, y'all. GM's on the high, actually. So GM and Ford are ripping. I don't know if there's any good news there. You didn't hear much over the weekend, but all you had was the writer's strike getting chilled out. Tesla's only down by 0.5. So, I mean, it's either going to rip up to 1% or rip down. Let's see. Stellantis, they're down too. I think they're the only one. Ford and GM are up. Stellantis down. NVIDIA. SPY's trying to work up. You're holding VWAP. Remember, we are still very low on the day, even relative to Friday. I mean, you're below Friday's close right now. So let's see if this gives us that Monday vibe. Remember, every Monday has started good. If this ends up red, though, this will be a down Friday, down Monday. And I would argue you haven't had that happen in a while. So we will see. ENZC OTC, that signed SPAC deal? No. I've not heard of it, but SPAC deal, I know like the SPAC, you know. You broke up with my ex last Friday. Good. Did you go to the gym yet? Have you noticed your weekly savings? You know, it's good, man. It's good. We got to get you in the gym. Get a long term. They're good. Yeah. I honestly, no, I saw this video and it was talking about good. Says something bad happens, good. I feel so, like, I don't know. Like, I feel good, man. Because if it didn't stay, it wasn't meant to be. I'm a more Fati type of guy. Don't forget who you're talking to. Jocko, yeah, is that who it was? That I'm down. I love him. Yeah, I love him. Yeah, good. Good. But at the same time, though, more Fati as well. Like, you know, a more Fati, my brother, a more Fati. Tesla kind of trying to work its way up. SPY still holding. Ford again on the high. Where's Square? Is that still going up there? That actually did nice off of the morning. Amor fati. It's Greek. It means love fate. So love whatever happens, because you can only control what is in your control. You could control your attitude. You could only control so much, but if it's outside of your control, there's no reason to lose peace over it. Mm-hmm. Mm. GM, I don't know why they're going up. I think it's maybe good news or sympathy off of the writer's strike, but that's about it. They're saying progress on talks for UAW. I feel like we didn't get much. The bond play, it's good. I closed out of one of them. I just took it out. I shorted the 30-year. It was a while. I lost on my 2-year too. So I made $3,000 today. I closed out the 2-year for like a $2K loss. So I made like $1,000 net off of that earlier play. But I'm thinking we're going to be able to double dip. But we caught I was up like 2.8% on a 30-year short, which is insane. But I think we're going to get back into them. But like I'm saying, I think the bonds and the currencies, and that's going to be it could be the main move here for the end of the year. Did UUP not calm down? Still up 0.5. I mean, just like we saw bonds give up and hold, let's see if the dollar does that. But if that holds all day, that won't be good. And then also even just S&P, whether or not we're going to get that Monday up or Monday down type beat. NVIDIA, Acer. Microsoft's coming down. CLX on the high. XLV is holding up. CLX kind of running 1.2. Target's still getting clobbered. Target down to 111. My goodness. Elijah, baby. I sold out of MO flip shares, but I'm still in MO for the long term. But I had shares I was swinging from the last dividend. So I got the ex-dividend paid, and then I just figured we'll take the loss there. I don't want to hold any of those values if it comes down. And I'm worried about the cigarette ban thing they were talking about on Friday in Europe. Yeah, so bonds are coming up. 10-year, 30-year, they're starting to run a little bit, and you're getting a green shoot on the market. Apple's back up to a quarter. Microsoft's in the red. Amazon's still holding. Again, they had that AI news in the morning, and then that whole time there, a lot of the chip makers, some are still red. Like Intel flushed a little bit, but others are doing nice. And then Ford's still going 1.6. Again, word to the UAW. Yeah, there was on Friday, there was something about Rishi Sunak in England. They were talking about potentially banning cigarettes for the next generation. But I haven't got any other updates on that over the weekend. Would you buy O at 51? Yeah, but not now. I just want to wait again with I answer this question every day probably. Everybody finds a REIT that is trading at at a low and they want it, and I'm down with it. But the thing I say about the REITs is that you have a lot of issues right now with commercial real estate and bonds. So it's I would be more along the lines of kind of let's see where we get over this stuff. You could start with a little bit if especially if you're thinking long term, but just when it's all said and done, interest rates, commercial real estate, every one of those companies will get affected. So, you're kind of buying into the belly of the beast right now with what people are worried about in the market. So if you're down with that, I mean, yeah, but me personally, I'm down to be a little patient, and because I already have exposure. Cigarettes are illegal in New Zealand to anyone born after '08. Yeah, I think they want to do something like that where it's for the next generation. They ban them. I don't know what they'll do with vapes, but that was just the talk of it last week. We haven't heard much about it. I think 3M will be able to pay dividends. I mean, they've already taken how many of these settlements that are like billions of dollars, so they should be good for a little bit. But I don't know if they get hit with another one, then that's the issue. Ulta on the high. Weren't they down earlier? Amazon still ripping again. You got a couple of candles there. Bonds were trying to rally for a little bit. Let's see what happens. Amazon. I think that news was good today. Amazon just high, but also Amazon is at the same price as a year ago. So unfortunately, and you got to start thinking about this, especially with your big cap companies. You may like them right now, and I would really think about what you want to play, but just remember, earnings is in about 3 weeks. And once we get earnings, some of these companies, like I'm telling you, Amazon's at the same price as last year. Where it ends up is probably going to be a result of earnings. The list of Russia, the countries that Russia says are friendly? No, I've not. ECB Lagarde recession, not part of baseline. So we've heard. It makes sense to go lower before earnings so we could do the run up. Anything, it just all depends. But definitely possible. So, you're going to get, we have 3 weeks where we're either going to get a government shutdown, CPI data, non-farms data, and a couple of others. So, you're going to have data moving us for one half of this next month. And then as we get into the final 2 weeks, you're probably going to watch people switch to, reacting to and preparing for earnings. Nike's going to get killed. No, Nike, they've held up, but I also think they're going to have to just deal with the consumer stuff. Again, weak consumer data. They got a downgrade today. A lot of the consumer ones did. Damn, Nike's back to $90. Oh, yeah, you're even getting them back to October level. That's crazy. They were almost at 140 at the beginning of the year. Arnaz, I don't know if that's still held, though. Tesla, Microsoft's flushing now. Qualcomm on the high, though. And then Skyworks going up, too. Remember, there's all that Broadcom stuff last week. So, interesting dynamic here. And then Google off the high. SPY took 2 candles down to go below VWAP. Still red on everything now. Again, Russell all the way down to NASDAQ, SPY, Dow. They're getting clapped. I did not get Zim shares, but I do like shippers. Again, if oil starts running up, I do think some of the shipping stocks, that could be very, very key. Dominion advances coastal Virginia offshore wind project. Announces federal regulatory agency completes environmental analysis. Is it moving off that? That sounded like a headline from that one company that always gets those government contracts. I forgot the one related to Manchkin. When are we playing Pump It Up? I think 4,600. I think that's the exact price we're looking for. That's to the upside. Otherwise, I don't know. Like I was saying here today, if we don't hold this 4,300, if you don't understand how precarious today is, you bounced off the low of 4,302. But if we start to go down here, I mean, realistically, you'll get like one little shot here, but it's probably going to lead us straight down to 4,200. So we will find out. So we play The Roof is on Fire at 42. I don't know, maybe 4,000. If 4,000 happens before the end of the month, maybe we play some Titanic music. Other than that, though, I think we got to just watch bonds, wait for some of the data, and now it's like be on watch. Either something happens quickly by the end of this year, or otherwise it's going to be all the drama preparing for 2024 that low-key has way more rate hikes than anybody was expecting. Biden says U.S. is committed to a free, open, prosperous, and secure Indo-Pacific region. They're looking, says we are working with Congress to invest $40 billion in Pacific Island infrastructure. Says U.S. will increase climate assistance to Pacific states. The video is still holding. SPY is coming down, and then bonds are dropping. WVE. Wave Life Sciences, 5%, looks illiquid today, but it's running there on the high, and then SPY is going a little lower. You're not near the low of the day, but, I mean, very quickly, if we start to break this, you bounced off of 43.08, you're at 43.11, but let's see where we go. This is like the top end of the opening candle now, give or take. Play devil's advocate, why would I not long TLT here? I mean, to play devil's advocate, you know why. You see what I'm saying? You want me to play devil's advocate, but I would argue that you already know the reason why. That's all. It's I think it's a timing, patient thing. And like I said, I think there's a reason to own TLT in this. anybody out there right now who has already bought TLT or is buying TLT, you have to understand what you are being a bank. That is exactly what the banks do. They buy 30-year plus bonds and they say, look at the risk to reward. Doesn't matter what's happening. As long as we hold till maturity, we are going to make money. So that's all. So that's why I'm like, most people should know at this point, but you are looking the held to maturity strategy if you are just trying to buy the bonds right now, because you see the value, you see the rates, but if you don't see any downside, it's because you're thinking I'm just going to hold it till it works. But that is held to maturity if you think about it. But that's what the long term is about. You can try to pervert it if you'd like to, but it's not. The long term is not about speculating on interest rates, even if you plan to do it for a long time. You know what I'm saying? Maybe if you were above the age of 50, 60 years old and you wanted to allocate, 10% of your portfolio to bonds, then yeah, that's long term. Again, if you wanted to add bonds to your long term, you shouldn't be buying TLT. You should just go to the new issue center and buy a actual bond. But otherwise, speculating on TLT, kind of gambling on when a pivot is going to happen. I've solely reserved this for my trading my whole career. So again, I've hit TLT almost every time at the very least. Have I had some false starts? Sure, but there hasn't been a TLT going crazy without me in the middle of it. But that's only for trading. I've never really put it towards my long term, nor have I really owned bonds, except for this year. This year, with rates going up, I've taken advantage of bonds, money markets, all of that. But for the most part, when it comes to when TLT is going to hit, I'm not putting that in a long term strategy. Yes, the interest rate, not in TLT. The interest rate, you're buying it at a price. There's no such thing as an interest rate lock. They're just giving you the bond at a certain price that determines the yield. So if you buy it now and the bond yields go higher, you're theoretically losing money on your total return because you could have gotten more money by waiting and buying at a lower price. We might go to the lows. We're right back at open. You got JP Morgan on the low now. So that's one of the banks flush in here for now. Yeah. Again, Citi and a couple of others. I think Goldman were in the green, but you're right to the level we bounced off of. Excuse me. And then this is where we go up. If you buy an actual bond, technically locking in the rates. If you buy the actual bond, but even then it's the same concept, you're buying the bond at a price. So every bond matures at 100. So if you buy the bond at 95, you get a 5% yield because it's going to go from 95 to 100. I'm just speaking in terms of prices. So that's how you could look at it. So that's why a bond yield is never really locked in. They're just saying it's going to return this at the end of the duration. We'll give you a discount on it up front, and that's the price you pay. So whatever price you pay below the 100, that's where you're making your money. So it's kind of like TLT. You're buying TLT at a price. But if that price goes lower, you could have made more, and you're going to be negative until it goes above there. Yes, special coupon. Depending on what it is. The shorter ones, the shorter, like the T-bills, they don't pay that coupon there. So that's why Bill and those don't have it. But TLT does. So that's why you just got to think about that. But just all I'm saying is that if you want to go buy TLT, it's held to maturity. That's all. You buy it today, you're going to hold it until we cut rates. Otherwise, it's going to go back and forth. It's going to tie up your capital, and that's it. So as long as you're willing to make that allocation today, I don't see a problem with it. Don't trick yourself and put it into the long term. It is a trade, but it is going to be a trade that if it doesn't work out, be prepared to hold losses and hold till maturity or hold till a couple of years till they actually work in your favor. Well, the price and the yield that price creates the yield. So depending on what price you buy the bond at, that determines how much the yield that you're getting. You email me. Last couple weeks look identical to the market before Black Monday. When did you send it? I don't have it yet. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. So that's what makes it go up, cutting rates. Yeah, because cutting rates now, the price of that bond ends up changing, and then the yield. By cutting rates, the government or the Fed forcefully raises the price of a bond because they're the ones buying it. That's how you make all your money. So then you're going to buy it at 4.5%, like a 90 or something, right? And then they cut rates, and now the government guarantees to buy everything at 95. Boom, or 100. You're getting guaranteed money. Good morning. Good morning. Well, rate cut, that's the thing, though. It's you got to realize, though, we're talking rate cuts, but what was the theme last week? You know what I'm saying? Like, unfortunately, and like I said, the dot plot shows something could happen imminently, but it also could be pushed out into next year. But the whole theme last week was raising rates. That's why the 10-year, the 30-year, they're all blowing out right now because, the major theme has been, oh, crap. It went from we thought Powell was done and maybe he did stop, but he's also putting 1 to 4 rate hikes on the table between now and the end of 2024. That's what he did at the beginning of every other year that led into this 2-3 year, everything dying. Well, we're bouncing a little bit. We went a little lower than the previous level. Pretty much came right back to opening. You're bouncing. Bonds are still holding near the lows. A couple of tech stocks are holding, and a couple of other names gave up. SE, that's still running. I'm still in the MGMs. They're up just under 100%. I'm down to make them free once they get like 100% or higher. Short Tesla, why? Okay. Yeah, Qualcomm's been going crazy from the morning. Just looking at the chart in 1987, it's interesting, but I don't think anything applies. I think we have everything that could kill us, and we have everything that can make nothing react. So this is what he sent me, but pretty much it's a tweet, and it's saying this is 1987. This is us right now. So if we break, we're gonna die. But it's everything. Everything is like that though. Everything. That's why I'm saying I don't know how they're doing it, but like I would be more terrified of the Chinese yuan, and like I'm saying, I don't know how they're keeping all of these other currencies up and doing that, but it's a very, very wicked concept here. So I think we're at a point now where I think Powell is he's just trying to finesse as hard as possible, and they don't want us to know us up. So it's that's why I'm saying I just go with the vibe, see what the bonds end up doing and the currency, and you will be good to go. You will be good to go. Well, I don't think anything's like terrifying, but I also don't think anything is great. I think we're in the holding pattern. But it's like we're getting closer to the data showing stuff, but we're playing a game of musical chairs here. So it's like I think we could have Black Monday. Today could have been Black Monday if we woke up to something to drop the pound, It's like we're one day away from waking up to something that could make things bad, but it's also like if that never occurs, I think the market it's just going to hold up and do its thing. SPY's ripping right now. S&P now expects U.S. economy to expand 2.3 this year. Previously saw 1.7. S&P credit agency just upgraded U.S. Growth outlook. Art? So there you go. I mean, we're talking that, but my goodness. Yeah, S&P now expects U.S. I'm getting that as a headline right now. I don't know, but I think that could cause this move, if anything. Because again, remember, we're going to get GDP numbers here, but I don't know. I think that's the headline causing this. That's the only headline. Usually when we get a pop, there's no headline, but there's a headline there. It's related to U.S. growth activity. It's not too bad. Where are we at? 3119. All right, I did an MES. I'll go with one call. Small one. S&P expects one more Fed hike in this tightening cycle. Maybe that's the bad news, though. They expect U.S. growth slow into 1.3 in 24 and then 1.4 in 25. Top tick, Josh. I got you, baby. I got you. I'm going to keep them small, though. Keep them small and a lot quicker. But I'm going to try. We'll see if Josh could go without holding overnight on anything. As far as any new trades, I don't want to hold them overnight. They're saying one more rate hike, and then they're expecting growth to slow down in 23 and 24. Yeah, just keep an eye on the dollar. It will tell you everything. Dollar did calm down. Even the bonds, too, if they could chill out, that'll be great. Nvidia is still holding up. The news was, please don't go back to 40. It really, I mean, again, if we do break here, that is going to be the problem. So we will see calls. Not really. I don't know. I'm down with like a MES for either 5 minutes or by the end of the day and then just close. But I'm also thinking Mondays. Mondays like to do nothing so far. Because then again, if we end up red here and I'm pretty much buying at break even, it would be a down Friday, down Monday, and we haven't seen that in weeks. So I'm keeping it small. And like I'm saying, I'm not planning to hold overnight. If this goes against me, you're not going to watch. It's not like I have a stop loss, but I do have a time loss, essentially. I just don't want to. I don't want baggage coming into anything. Amazon's already up, and I like the futures better than an option for these little shorter scalp moves, if anything. So see, that holds. Lulu's on the high. Pinduoduo, a couple of the China names. Dollar is chilling out, but dollar is still massively up. Pinduoduo is in the green now. Alibaba is trying to recover there. Google's now running. So even Palantir, the low ticker kind of looks frozen A lot on the high, but the S&P index isn't going too crazy. Good morning. What's up, Jorge? Hope you had a good weekend. Happy Monday. Oh, no. Thought I saw something. All right, coming down a little bit. Again, high ticker is gassing, but pay attention to what's on the low there. Again, if you still see more energy, I don't know. XLE's a trip right now. They're just moving in wages. The DXY, I mean, strong dollar bad, low dollar good. Stability also good. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon says the inclusion of Indian bonds in their EM index will enable an estimated 25 billion more foreign inflow into India. Jamie want bank. You up in the Twitch chat now? Oh no. You gonna play 2K with us? What's up, man? What's up, bro? All right, SPY moving up a little bit. DLO, AZN on the high. Interesting. XLV, they were red. They're still red right now. I think financials, they're the ones that are kind of fighting there. That JP Morgan stuff was all over the place. Euro close is in 15 minutes. Honestly, great call out. You're totally right. Because by Euro close, we'll see what's up. And again, Europe had a little bit of action here. And all week, you're going to hear from Europe. Okay. NVIDIA, Amazon, there's the high ticker, still backing it up. Low ticker, I just see Lululemon. Low-key, Lululemon's down 2.5. SPY might hit a new high. Lots of names, though. 30-second, 1-minute velocities going up. So just watch, 43.26. You've filled the gap and gone green now, but we haven't really gotten above this all day. So if we could get above the level, great. If not, I mean, just back to the gulag, bro. Fed bids for 6-month bills total $2.4 billion. The weekend was enough time to digest Powell. It was, but again, just some more of the head scratchers out of Europe, China, and everything else going on with interest rates. It didn't move things. It didn't move the needle enough, which kind of left us here. And it is a Jewish holiday today. So, I mean, there is some of them, a lot of the market's probably out, but for the most part, I don't think there was anything good enough on the weekend to let us digest positively, but also it's not like things got worse. It was just, we have all this macro data coming up, and then after last week, everyone's worried about where rates are going to go up. Like I'm saying, it's just, if it goes up, the rates are going to be bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, if rates continue, if the data supports this with what Powell said, it's like, bro, we're talking 4.7 interest on the 10-year. We're talking maybe 5.5 in the future, very near term. So that's where you didn't have a good development to shake people from this fear of where interest rates are going after what we just saw. Well, let's see. We're at the level now. If we could get above here, great. But if it rejections, no good. You get above, though, I mean, you got room to go into the next level as well, maybe 43.30, and then we'll get Euro close and see what's up. But you're running, and I think the catalyst is the S&P headline. That's it. But we'll see if that even holds up. They said one more rate hike, which kind of should have combated it a little bit, but we'll see. May the Chads be written in the book of life. Amen. Amen, my brother. All right, 4328. All right, this was the baby level on Friday. Maybe you reject here, but if you could get above, I mean, this could start working up a little bit. It's crazy. Just off a dumb, it's Monday and a dumb headline. Remember, Mondays have been good. That's why, but let's see by Euro close. This could end in 12 minutes. We will find out. And then high tickers still going. There's Tesla, XLE, again, Lulu. That was the one on the low side. 328. All right, I sold the MES. I made $40 on that. I forgot how small these are. But that's nice. That's not bad. We'll do it again eventually. Am I more bullish than a year ago or less? Naturally more, just because, again, last year it was, I think we should have died at SVB, to be honest with you. But yeah, I don't know. That's the only way I could put it. But it doesn't, relative to how low we were yesterday, I would have to say I'm more bullish, but that's not like, I'm not like uber bull, but then again, I still I own a lot of long-term. So it's very weird to put, but I think things weren't as bad as it was last year, but also I do believe a lot hasn't changed, if that makes sense. So that's kind of where I'm at with all of it. What's pumping? A lot of tech names are going up again. Everything in the market, but especially some of those bigger leaders, they got pretty active here on that news of the S&P raising GDP forecast there. Amazon, AMD, several people injured after blast at petrol station in Armenia. IXUS, RCL on the high. Damn, that was down I think earlier. I don't think the bond market glitched. Again, my video title yesterday was interest rates are never going down. That was the fear of everything, from last weekend coming into now. Is just whatever happens this week, you're really going to have people looking around whether or not they believe Powell. Because we didn't believe Powell earlier on and, over this last year and a half, but it's just every time he does this and you just right when you think you're going to believe him and then he switches it up, it usually leads into a lot of carnage. And that's kind of the problem here with bonds, I think. And then not to mention what's going on overseas, people talking about they're not buying and stuff like that. So these are things that you need to consider. Is real estate or stocks more important financially for you? It's about equivalent, again, as far as long-term holdings, but I do prefer real estate just because you can't take away my real estate or my valuation as easy as you can in stocks. So I love what stocks have done for me, and it's very great, and that's why oftentimes, if I'm ever selling out of the long-term, it's to buy a property, but they're about equal, and that's why I say, I own assets, and that's where my bullish bias comes into play, but at the same time, it's not like I thought, even though I was buying Facebook and a lot of other names in October 2022, it's not like we were buying, I didn't buy it because I felt bullish. I bought it because it was a bargain bin. So I wasn't really excited about this year coming into the end of last year. So that's where I've changed my view in terms of, okay, I understand why it's going up, but I do, it's not like I'm switching, multi-bullish or bearish on any assets more so. $20K. Do you think I should liquidate my account, buy a fourplex? If you can, I mean, you're going to have to restart your long term. Again, you're going to need money to make sure everything in that property is good. Assuming that's $20K, you get the property and it's like ready to go. I like that idea. I mean, somebody asked me this email over the weekend, and it was a good email. I think it was very authentic, and I think it highlighted, I feel like it's the struggle of making money but not making millions, and then being to the point where you're still young and you want to do something. And it's like, they were asking me, they were like, should I buy a cheap house? Should I just rent in a place that I want to live? Should I go buy a car? Or should I keep my paid off car? Should I do and it's just saying, they said they wanted to, they have goals for, they're making good money now, but they want bigger goals. And now they're trying to ask themselves, what they should do. And I said this, my email, I responded this morning at like 5 a.m. My email back was just buy it, go get any sort of house. I wouldn't, if you're worried about cars, other things, if you're going to get you a cheap house to live in, cheap house to rent out, expensive house to live in, spend all your money in a house you're going to live in and love, great. But I just said, part of that financial journey, I would get a house. I don't know what, and that will help you get wealth, and that will take you where you need to go. I've been saying this for a very, very long time now. You know what I'm saying? But it's just something where if you're kind of caught up, don't underestimate it's easy. And just like I said when I started my question, stocks are real estate more important. They're both equivalent to me, but it's like my wealth in stocks can move around way more than real estate. So the beauty of when you put your money in a real estate, like that $20,000, you're putting it into something where you're going to leverage up that money, but relatively speaking, you're going to protect your assets a lot more than a stock, more so. Because again, stocks aren't going to move. Real estate's not going to move like a stock overnight. So that's why I'm always a big fan of it. And again, with leverage and time, and it's safer, it's physical. You could use it or have somebody pay for it by renting out. It's like, dude, that's a powerful long term that is going to do a lot of work for you. So, like I'm saying, if you have that chance, I encourage Chads. You got a long term, turn it into a property, but just be realistic, factor in the costs, and just understand, it's going to be a humbling process because now you're going to take all your money, put it into one thing, but that's good, especially if it's a property. And like I'm saying, with enough time, you're going to build everything back up, and then you're going to have a long term and a real estate. So I would do it. I'm not against it, but just run the numbers, make sure it's realistic, make sure it's a deal, and then you don't have to sell anything until you're in escrow. That's what once you're in escrow, start dishing out the long term. And once you know that deal is about to close, then you're good to go. What are your thoughts on Andrew Tate saying get loans because of how things are right now? I've not heard that, Andrew Tate. But there's many ways to look at it. Right now, if you don't need it, I don't think you should take out a high interest loan. Unfortunately, like I've been saying, what you should be doing is you should be getting interest on your money. So why borrow money right now if you could get paid to hold it? You know what I'm saying? So that's exactly where I am at with all of it. But I'll be real with you. I don't know if Andrew Tate said that or if it was an AI or something, but it's quite simple. Anybody right now telling you that the market's going to be bad and you should take a loan, that it's kind of more along the lines if you have bad credit right now. So I could agree with that if you have awful credit. Why? Because it's borderline a scam. So if you think things are so bad, you want to take a high interest loan to get capital, unless you have money and people are willing to give it to you at low rates, I would not do that because the general idea is saying that take the money now, they'll have problems trying to re-get it, and then you keep the money. But like I'm telling you, the interest rate, and if you care about your credit and stuff like that, that's where you'll run into a problem. 3 minutes till Euro close. But you should get a house. I think if you borrow money for a house and then you refinance that house later, yeah, you should be buying houses. I mean, I've been saying it for a long time. And obviously, well, the houses are expensive. Why are you blaming me and not Joe Biden or Donald Trump? I don't know why you're getting mad at me. But the houses are like, that's something where you could get a loan, borrow money today at a high rate, refinance, and then it's something that is, worth it. That's the thing I would be thinking of, but trying to, pull out money before a crash because of what you think will happen to creditors and debtors, that's a weird game of chicken. But marry the house, don't marry the interest rate. You'll be good. Getting capital isn't a bad idea if you want extra padding. It all depends on the interest rate and your financial position. Because again, if the interest rates go down, and then they start easing, you might also be able to get money there too. But you just got to think, if you borrow money today, it's most money isn't cheaper than 7 to 9%. Especially if it's shorter term money, like unsecured. I mean, it's a very high interest rate. So, while you're waiting, you will be paying. You bought in 2021, locked in at 3%. I'm glad you did too, man, because even then, 2021 was like the best opportunity, but it was still high, and then you still had everybody saying it was going to crash. So it was an awkward moment, but I'm glad. And like I'm saying, it's just eventually watch out, make sure you don't make an emotional real estate decision, but it's not a bad look, man. And again, I have people asking me what they should do, what they should buy, with life. And I'm just saying, if you don't got a house in that portfolio, like you could get a cheap one too. I don't know why we should shy away from it. And it has been stable. Cheapest unsecured 13 and they want 780. Yeah, that's a lot. So that's what I'm saying. It's just like money is just not cheap right here. Heard about mini flips like tiny homes. Should I pay off my credit card debt with cash or let it inflate away? I mean, it's nice to have no debt, and then that's the thing. If you have no debt and then they start easing, you're more likely to get the money. So I don't know. It's one thing you got to think about. You have to think about how you will be ready for whatever happens, and then you also have to think about how you'll be in the next position. So again, I mean, it's been maybe 2.5 years I've been telling you about cash reserves and getting them. I don't know if that sounds familiar, but also think about it. It's like if we get into a problem where, people want to pay debt or not, but like, let's say you have your debt and you pay that off and they start easing and cutting rates, and now you're about to enter in, the market just got clapped. They're lowering rates to spur demand. I mean, you tell me, do you want debt or not? So even for the next level, it's up to you, but you got to just always run the balance. What's the interest rate on the debt? How much can you make with the free capital? But, if you got the ability and it does seem like it'll save you, I would do that. Right now, this year, you should be in the business of getting interest, not paying it. I'm telling you, you're better off paying off your credit card every month and putting the balance that you would have put the balance to hold into bill or a 4-week bond or something. But the idea is, why would you pay interest right now when mother effers are giving you 5-6% doing nothing? So I'm not even talking about the stock market, where I'm like, it's one thing to tell you about stocks and, getting bill and waiting, letting the trades come to you and all that. But I'm just saying in general, credit card debt, mortgage debt, car, anything, if you're even holding balances right now, why would you be paying 18, 13, 10 when you could be just getting money in the same respect? So that's kind of the point. Up until then, you'll need to see what you need to do with your debt or not, or we see where the situation ends. But yes, Chatadonia, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, We got Euro close here. The market's near the high of the day. We've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1. Hit our knees, do a push-up, plank, a worm, anything. But get the body moving. And then optometrist recommendation, stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away, blink a few times, go blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good. Then chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. No wrapping your legs behind your computer chair. You are not riding a dolphin. Get the body moving, my brother. Get the body moving. Oh. Just waiting for Raul on a Monday. Oh, crap. I'm doing resistances first, and then I got to do the door one. Oh, man. Chatadonia. Making that series. Oh, they probably just have a bad balance sheet. They probably took money from the BTFP. So that's why they're trying to skim the 2 off of you for easy money. But then some banks, pretty much the good ones, will offer you close to money market. Otherwise, get a money market or just go literally buy a bond and you're good. Bob is on the high. All right. Please hold. Now I got to go to my door. I did the first set of resistances. Spy's still up. You guys still hear me? Still feeling good on Monday? Happy Monday. Goodness. Chatadonia. Let's see. You're still holding up. Again, Euro close and everything. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Boom. Just like that. Just like that. Push-ups. Some shoulder workouts done. Look at that. Yeah, Rite Aid. It was another Wall Street Journal about bankruptcy. Wall Street Journal came out today, and they said that according to a source, Rite Aid is closing 400 stores. So it's the same exact thing as the other time. There's this zero announcement from the company. It is those same reporters from Wall Street Journal who have been documenting the situation. Checking in from Gold's. Oh, Gold's Gym, baby. Let's go. Get that workout in. We just did some resistances. SE, I don't know. There was no news. Again, I think it was there was some news over the weekend, but I don't think that was the real driver of it all. HA on the high, or on the low, 52-week low. Hawaiian Airlines, why are they getting murdered like that? None of the other ones are dropping. Interesting. I mean, you have a lot of airlines red today, but they are not doing good. And then SPY still holding up. Euro session, I mean, we ran into Euro close. There was data there by the S&P. We just had Euro close right here near the high. Haven't really broken above or below it yet, so we will see. Yeah, 4326. You're above the level, though. You filled the gap. Everything is green except the Dow, but, I mean, you're borderline 20 points away from a 100-point drop if we break 4,300. So VVC, no one going to Hawaii. Is it? It's not. All the airlines in the last week or so, or 2 weeks, it's all related to oil and then their guidance, but that Hawaii stuff would make a little sense. Boeing tanking again. Isn't that like 17 days in a row? They went up a little bit, but still red on the day. And then Ford and GM, that's been another part of this. Ford and GM have been going absolutely insane from the morning. We didn't really hear much on the UAW. You did get to hear from, who was it? Your boy, the Writers Union. Apple, 176. Apple's doing good. Bonds are chilling. The dollar is still elevated. I mean, we're just getting in Euro close right now, a couple of minutes near the high of the day. Well, let's see. Any upcoming news or new plays? I closed out of my bond play. We flipped MES in the morning here, and then that's about it. Just kind of riding through, waiting for macro data to move the markets. If it doesn't, I think it'll be an easier market to trade. But pretty much, if macro don't start moving bonds and equities, I'm not going to have a play. But which will be good because then things will just probably melt up until the end of the year. But other than that, I'm only looking for that right now, and you might watch a lot of activity there from me. ARM on the high, 52. What's the other one? Cart still at 30. Oh, the dollar could go up given the amount of continuous printing we've done. Because you're not looking at everybody else. That's it. If there was only the dollar, you're right. But unfortunately, just don't forget, the rest of the world has had inflation. Everybody else is doing way worse than us, and the United States is raising interest rates faster than it ever has. So it's one thing that everybody had inflation, right? So it's like, imagine other currencies are losing their values, right? And they're like, oh, I want a dollar. But now on top of it, not only is it like, oh, you could buy the dollar is offering you 5%. It's higher rates. So it's attracting a lot of people to come here. So relatively, the dollar, yeah, we printed a lot. That's why you have inflation. That's why your dollar gets you a lot less house, car, food, everything you could think of. But compare that to everybody in the world, they're way worse than we are. And that's what's leading this dollar reaction here. So that's why I'm saying, in a weird way, we got to just watch Britain and the ECB, because if that starts to weaken, then our dollar is going to have a bigger problem. In a weird way, the dollar is kind of behaving as wild as that sounds, because usually by this point with the dollar, everything starts breaking and you still got some safety there. But that is the answer why. Okay. Tesla, CCJ still going up. My goodness. MGM, no, but you could book rooms online, but you can't, they still have certain things down. They're just still borderline clapped. No filing yet either. You don't seem happy today. No, I think I get that every day. It's okay. I love you. Beautiful day. A beautiful, relaxing weekend. I had no problems pooping this morning. I feel the Spirit of the Lord with me. I got a long term, and I'm excited for it. So, we're good, baby. We're good, baby. Caesars did pay the ransomware, yeah. Mm-hmm. You sound like I have resting. I sound like that, but I have the soul of an angel. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I feel that. Yeah, poop without no struggle is a good one, man. Especially in the morning, bro. I can't go, whoa, spy. Hold up, maybe we got another one of those headlines. Remember, last little pop there was off the S&P. You got, I think that's real. Yeah, you got big volume, big pop here, round 2. Hot dog. I'm not seeing anything come up, but definitely getting something. Check news there. Maybe it's dollar, but that's what, 15 minutes? That's 15 minutes right after Euro close. So I don't know. This could either be algo related or not, or a headline. No keeping going through it. It's good to have the call. Amen, man. I feel you, bro. Come on, talk to me on the Twitch if you have the time, bro. You know, because a lot of chads have been going through it. I've had a crazy year as well, but like, bro, finger to the sky. God's plan. God is good, but y'all here for a reason. Make the most of it. Get that attitude in place, because I'm telling you, even if things happen you don't understand, I you know, an answer will arrive. And I don't say that as if I've gotten answers, okay? You know, I'm not communicating this as if, you know, awful things have happened to me and I say, why, God, why? Or, man, I'm going through it in life right now. I'm like, oh, this is why. No, I still don't have the answer to certain things. But at the same respect, though, you know, I'm very excited about the future, and I hope you are too, and continue to, because that will keep you alive and going, and focus on it, baby, because there's always a purpose. So let's go. Yeah, no fear, baby. No fear. Amen. Amen. So we'll talk about it. I can tell you, I don't know. You can email me. I'll let you know, but it's like, it's wild. I haven't shared it with a lot of people. I've given the Chad little bits and pieces, but it's like, dude, but regardless, man, I'm amazed that we have the community, but at the same time, it's like, it's there. Enough God talk. You're alienating your non-Christian audience. I'm not. That's not what I'm trying to do. So although I reference God and I'm laughing just because my man said he's going through something. And like I said, I'm going through a lot myself, and I know a lot of Chads are. So I find my faith in God, but like I'm telling him, you know, keep your faith up and hope for a better future. So whether or not you want to attribute God to a better future, I do. But if you choose not, like I'm saying, you know, for mental health, for individuals on here, like, you know, what I'm trying to say is have hope for a better day. You know what I'm saying? And it's not, this is positive talk. If you think this is only religious talk, then you may be missing a lot of the value of what I'm saying in it. So, because again, I love all of you regardless. I'm not trying to shove anything down your throat, but you know, I've had a crazy year, and anybody I see who's like, man, this is wild. I don't know what they're going through, but what I can offer from experience is have no fear and have a positive attitude. And I want you to keep going and look forward. And if things don't understand now, they will eventually. So however you want to work in God or Jesus into that, that's up to you. But you know, please don't attack me for having my faith and encouraging people regardless of their belief, though, because that's what I believe, to clarify. So I hope all of you are there, man. And I got you, and then this community is here to help you however we can and get a long term. Amen. Amen. Mm-hmm. All right, we're at the high. Dude, more uranium all day. Uranium and weed, bro. I'm like the weirdest combo. You know, you got weed and uranium stocks is going nuts. Atheist, I respect your positivity. Thank you. I do, and I respect you guys so highly too. You have no idea. Because like I'm saying, it's so easy to not try to understand or listen and come at me. But some of you, we have very different beliefs, and I'm honored by the level of respect you've shown. And I'm glad you could see that, we want good for everybody. And that's all. If I could ask for anything and being a goal, that's it. So I respect you and thank you. You said blunt laced with uranium? Oh my goodness. We're going back and forth between like positivity and then the weird industries running today. My goodness. No, he did not miss Fila. Just a little one, man. Just a little one. Just encouraging my brothers and sisters, man. Good morning. Good morning. Cura. Is that weed? It sounds like Cura Oncology. It looks like a biotech. Sherwin-Williams on the high. And then bonds, 30 years coming down. No shit. I closed out of that, but watch out, bro. 2% down on the 30 year. If that breaks from here, that could get a little uglier, but closed out of that one here today. The MGMs are hitting. I don't know if we're at the 30s, but I don't know what our strike price is, but they're up just under 100% now. Plutonium puff. What would the reaction on the dollar be if everyone sold their bonds? The dollar would probably rocket up. Because then that means if they're taking their money out of the bonds, I mean, they're going to be holding dollars. Unless they bought stocks with it. Need 1,000 likes. Whatever you have. Whatever you have is good enough, my brother. Would I ever be long NVIDIA from here? No. I was gonna buy it, bro, in 2020. I waited my last set. I would have gotten like all of them, but it's good that I didn't. I don't. It wasn't meant to be. But NVIDIA is way too expensive for me. I like the company. It's kind of like Tesla, but I'm not buying NVIDIA unless it's $80. I know I'm not saying your stock is going to go to 80 if you have it there, but all I'm saying is I'm not going to buy it unless it's a really, really cheap price for the long term. Again, we flipped it. It's been a wild ride trying to flip NVIDIA, but and I don't think it has to go down, but like that's the last time I saw it. It was like 100 to like $80, and that's what I wanted. So, and I saw it within 12 months ago. So if I don't see that again, I'll never buy it. But if it, good luck, and I'm proud of everybody who made a bag on it. But it's not. I'm not here to chase NVIDIA for the long term. Options screwed. Price can remain stable. Let's see. It's Monday though. I don't know how the options will do. I could definitely agree with that, but I'm kind of banking on Monday melt up because that's just been the trend. And even though Friday was bad, I mean the real question is how bad is today, where you want a double sell off day after already breaking 3-month lows. Walmart's holding up way too good. Too eager to expect. Are you saying for the melt up? Maybe. I just know though, if today closes red though, surprisingly in the last 8 weeks, if not longer, this would set up down Friday, down Monday, which I think would point towards volatility because ironically, we haven't seen a down Friday, down Monday in a good couple of months. I don't even think I think SVB might have been the last down Friday, down Monday. Would I consider TSLY and NDVY for the long term? No. They're all related to the price of it. The yield maxes, no. Although they're cheaper in price, it's designed to reflect the value, and I don't know if I'd hold those for the long term. ETF instead of the actual company. Meta about to break. Oh, it's tech. It's already been clapped over the last month or so, but right now with rates, it's holding up good, but there's going to be a little bit of a lag back and forth. Leg up two. I'm manifesting it. There you go. There you go. Good manifestation. What is this? 852. FDA approves a novel drug for major depressive disorder. Exuca, extended release tablet known as Travio. Who are these? There's like 4 tick. I don't know who got the benefit of this one. There's like KRTX. There's KRTX. Oh, that thing's down a little bit. That thing's 160. BTAI. I don't think any of them are running on this. RLMD, and then, yeah, this is the only one moving. Relmada. The Travio commercial, really? I'm still in the Yangs, yeah. Because remember, we've held those with all the China plays this year. I've just been in and out of them. It's crazy because it's held. And I even have SQQ. So if you guys remember those from a while ago, I think I'm only down like $300 or something. Yeah, those came up a little bit. We're up on one set, down on the earlier set. How do you feel about downside in Visa, MasterCard, Amex? It could be. I think once the consumer cracks a little bit more, I definitely think you'll get a lot of that reaction. And then bonds are struggling here, about to be at near the low. SPY is holding up. I mean, dollar did chill out. Tesla's rocketing right now. Hold on. Tesla pop at the high and a couple of other names on the high ticker. So you're getting a little energetic here. I'm surprised how many pros got suckered by the rate rally. I thought highly of these folks. Don't underestimate Powell, bro. Powell was a very confusing beast. Not to mention just everything with delayed data and a very political environment. But I feel you, but at the same time, it's kind of the nature of this game. But I just don't underestimate how good Powell fucked us. Because this was all Powell play. Every year, Powell gave us a point and then would move the point and then got us all to fall for it every single time. Every single time, right when we thought we hit a point of Powell, he would come on a FOMC, a dot plot, or something else and say, well, it still could be a little higher. And then it still could be a little. Maybe, well, we did get inflation. We still need an unemployment. Well, we don't think unemployment's going down, but maybe we need 2 more rate hikes. 2 more for the end of the year, but we still need 4 or 5 more. So that's where it is. But that's my view on it, at least. Definitely entitled to feel disappointed, as if the heroes let you down. I could understand that. We're in a hard squeeze here. It looks like it could break either way. It's Monday. And then the bonds, though. But you have dollar wrong way, bonds wrong way. So we'll see what equities do. And then you got Keon the right way, baby. Showing love again, baby. Happy Monday. You have a good weekend, Keon? Hearn. Oh, wake him up. Wake him up, baby. Amen. Get this, I found out one of my co-workers used to work at MUFG before moving to Canada. No way. I'd shoot the shit with them. Ask them some Japanese questions. Ask them about the yen. It was rough, but you always make my day. Oh, well, let's make it a good one, man. You might have just missed the convo we had. I don't know how rough it is, baby, but have no fear and let's go, man. Make it a good day. Make it a good day. Keep a positive attitude, my brother. Get along, dog. Dollar testing 106. SPY at the bottom. Like I said, that's the only thing that's not pretty right here. But dollar was a little higher on the day, but watch out here now. Bonds are hitting a new low. That one will not be good. No, it wasn't philo. It was like kind of like philo, but it wasn't philo. That's crazy. Lending Tips just sent me. He just sent me a mortgage quote for 8.8% on a 30-year, 7.5 on a 15-year, and then 8.9 on a 10-to-6 ARM. And that's for $900,000 on 20% down with a 700 to 719 credit score. Yeah. Last time we made some merch, I think beginning of this year, we launched the new tank tops and shorts. I think on the first Uncle You Had of the year. Wouldn't it be good to get into ARM loans? The only thing you could do right now is get a house at a good price. That's it. If you get that house cheap enough, you're going to get screwed on interest rates for the next 1 to 3 years, depending on what Powell does. But then afterwards, you'll be able to refinance. So the only way you win in that situation is that make sure the value of the property isn't too high. Where if you make money on the buy, high interest, you're not really going to worry about it. And then top stories for 12. I want to click. News vacuum. Hollywood screenwriters reach deal. China sentiment continues to deteriorate on Evergrande. Banker exit ban. Seasonality about to swing. So negative seasonality has received a lot of attention with market weakness in September. In addition, Bank of America pointed out that the SPX still has 5 left days to trade during the worst 10-day period of the year. However, some discussion about the better backdrop for October and Q4. Bespoke Investment Group noted that seasonal turns from super bearish to super bullish as October, November, and December have historically been 3 of the best months of the year for the market. Over the last 20 years, Dow Jones has had an average monthly gain of 1% or more for each October. November and December, positive returns 65, 70, and 65% of the time, respectively. In addition, last 3 times SPX lost 1% in August and September. It bounced in October, rallying 8% in 2022, 8.3% in 2015, and 11% in 2011. SPX has been higher in October in 9 of the last 10 times. It has lost at least 1% in August and September. When SPX is up 10% year to date in the Q4, it has been higher 12 of the last 13 times with an average gain of 6%. So, moral of this story, October should be extremely bullish if you wanted to rely on seasonality. But then you have the worst 10 days of the market pretty much starting now. Yeah, that's kind of good. I mean, it kind of makes sense for the relief, but you have to get through this week. That's it. This week could just be dark. So remember, that was all for October, but you have to do 5 days. You got 5 days of September prison that you need to serve. So we'll see. So if you make it out these 5 days, then there you go. October seasonality might start kicking, but if not, hot dog. What type of news? It would just be the data, not, just like the S&P data today, just getting some positive data that doesn't make people freak out till the end of the year. But then, the general lingering fear of 2024 will be lurking, but that could give us a month to do good. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will be right back. We are still just 30 minutes off a euro close. A lot of time. It's Monday. Some headlines here and there, but bonds and the dollar are the story, ladies and gentlemen. So I will BRB.
Silicon. How quickly will Anthropic start running AI workloads on Trainium and Inferentia?
Well, we've been working with Anthropic. They've been a customer of ours since, I think, their founding over a couple of years ago. And so they use a variety of different technologies for a variety of different workloads on AWS. They'll be using GPUs on AWS, and will also be using large quantities of Trainium and Inferentia. So I think everything's going to move very quickly, and it'll all be a mix of technologies depending on their needs at the time.
Adam, what's the mood like within Amazon and AWS this morning? There are lots of talented engineers that have been working on large language models, generative AI tools internally, and now you're turning to a third party who's highly regarded as a leader in building foundation models.
The mood here is great. We are a company of inventors who we love to build, and there's never been a better time to be a builder at AWS than right now. And as I mentioned before, a big part of our strategy in AI, and generative AI specifically, is all about customer choice. And there's not going to be any one solution that works for all customers, for all use cases. And Anthropic has done an amazing job. They're clearly a leader in this space. And it's really important for customers that we continue to generate new capabilities together. At the same time, really one of the hallmarks of our Amazon Bedrock managed service for generative AI is choice. And so Amazon is going to continue to build its own Titan models, which are going to be available later this year. Obviously, Anthropic's models are prominent in Bedrock, and we'll have models from other leading providers as well, as we have today. So it's still an amazing time to build here at Amazon. We think our models are going to be great as well, and it's about customers choosing the right tool for the job.
Talking about choice, and I just want to re-welcome our TV and radio audiences with Adam Silipsky. What's so notable?
It sounds like Tony Hawk. It's a good one. Tony Hawk, bro. Yeah, that was AWS. I think that was the president of AWS. AI bubble. LNTHR, we're chilling, man. Manu's on the high. Again, we've been getting some headlines there. Amazon holding, energy still up. Dollar, bonds still in the same position. What a way to start off Monday. At least we're up. You're up by just under a quarter. Dow might even go green here. So not too bad. Oh, wait. I need to get a water. Hold on. I needed a water. I'll leave it. I'm going to just scream at you while I go get my water bottle. Hold on. Hello. Can you hear me, Chad? Chadadonia. Bro. Yeah, there you go. You got me now? Good. We chilling. Sold Walmart. Walmart's been killing it. Even though people are worried about the consumer, I think they like that. Wait a minute. What's this? Pfizer Rocky Mount facility restarts production amid first phase of post-tornado recovery. Restarts production through phased approach. Full production across 3 sets of manufacturing. Moving to intermittently distribute extra inventory not necessary for maintaining emergency order process to wholesalers and distributors. That was old. 3M, no, I think 3M's held up pretty decent. So what I'm saying is I'd rather average down on a couple of other things. So we will see. A murder mount? What? Is that what it's called? What is that? Rocky Mount? Why do they call it that? Ryan Air, XLE going up, and then SPY still holding a little bit. What's the other one? Northern Cali murder mountain. Lots of weed trimmers got killed. What? The Rocky Mountain was the third most dangerous. Wait, what? No way. I did not know that. That's crazy. Why? What's so dangerous about there? Is it turf? Is it a turf war? Bigfoot? No. Viking Therapeutics currently down 11 days, on track for a record losing streak. Gangs, poverty at high murder per capita. That's crazy. Rocky Mountain. I did not know that. The article, I read a little. I don't think I finished it. I didn't really. It's too new. I think I said that last time. So I was reading through it. I remember, wasn't he saying like how it's just like how the 1970s aren't like a good thing? It reminded me of Slade's thing that he put, but I didn't end up finishing it. It didn't give me the same vibe as the last one. It just seemed like somebody's opinion for now, which I like. But the last one was just, hearing somebody's point of view in the 70s, I think it holds more. I don't know if it's fake news. Like, again, I love counter arguments to why, 1970s, why today's different. But at the same time, I haven't, it's not anything new. The counter arguments are usually all the same. People talk about wages and other things and what we have with tech and certain things going on. But I just don't, I don't know. I don't think that article really gave much of anything new. Like I'm saying, the one from 1980, when we read that one, I think it gave a new view, even as it related to like auto unions and all that, and to see how the people viewed it during that time. It's one thing, imagine, I'll just tell you this, at one point, we're going to go back and read articles from today and just imagine how they end up sounding, right? And you get to see people's point of view in the moment. And that's why I really like that one thing earlier. It wasn't so much about the content as much as it was kind of the first look from that POV back then. HD's on the high, then Macy's and Rivian, that's been going up all day. And then SPY's still holding near the high. Energy's up. NASDAQ a quarter. SPY just under. And then this is the NASDAQ going break even to green if it could hold. What's it called? I have purchased townhouse and condo. California is nice if you stay inside, Josh answers. It's a good quote, right? I feel. NVIDIA, Amazonian is all holding. So we're kind of chilling here. Again, it's just past Euro close, maybe an hour, about 15 or 18 minutes shy of that. The VIX is green. I mean, maybe you could blame the gap down. VIX could go red, but that's even crazy. The VIX is even moving. Let's even check move. But it kind of did the same thing here middle of August when we hit that low as well. Moving, it's still dead. My goodness. And then holding 43.29. I think this is where I got out on that SP or the MES. AWC CEO says Amazon fully urgent on generative AI, says Amazon ramping up chip supply, says Amazon sees huge demand for chips and generative AI, continues to develop proprietary tools. This could just be headlines from that interview. September, Texas manufacturing contracts. That was earlier. Yeah, and I think data even for the day, we shouldn't get anything too crazy from here. The next black swan is going to be probably European bank collapse. It's all gray swans at this point. So unless there's something new, it's either going to be another bank failure, Europe getting clapped, or China, Japan getting a problem there. And then that's it. It's otherwise, or inflation coming back up. Maybe World War III would be the only black swan, but everything else is a gray swan, meaning that it was an event that surprised us at one point, and then it didn't crash the market or cause anything too crazy, but then the risk still remains. It's called a gray swan. So it's not like it's fully unexpected, because I could tell you, where the issues are, but it wouldn't be as surprising, but it would still be bad. Appreciate the breakdown, of course. Yeah, because that's why I'm like, I don't, a lot of people, even that Black Monday discussion, I'm like, what do we, there has to be something new, but it seems like a lot of things would be, everything would be a risk that we've already kind of interacted with to a degree. Look at Russian bombings. World War III would mean, doesn't that mean NATO involvement? The times where NATO and everybody comes together and says, now this is it. Otherwise, it's a war between Ukraine and Russia for now, even though we are helping and doing stuff, but it's not necessarily a world war at this stage. You forget FX swaps, 80 trillion of off-balance sheet risk for all banks and brokers. Yeah, and I think it ties into everything else. Just where, Europe. Europe's the best example of that. Remember what happened with the guild crisis? They almost got destroyed, but that risk remains as long as it doesn't kill anything. The currency's stable. I think all of those would be gray swans. We've had our run-ins with all of these things. That's why I'm not saying they're a black swan. I think the only black swan would be maybe there's a world war announced. America involves themselves, something like that. Otherwise, I have no idea. Maybe Taiwan. That's never happened. But I don't think I'm not really looking for a black swan. I think a gray swan is enough. And I think even right now, all it takes is the currency. If you want to see the problems with Forex show up, you want the problem with bonds, the economy, it'll be a result of bonds and dollars just getting out of there. How are we not involved? We're not involved because we don't have troops there. That's what we mean by that. Again, NATO has not made a commitment, and where all NATO members are mobilizing and working in there. How's that top tick MES? It was good. I got out of it. If you held it, you would have made more. I sold that at 43.28. That was a perfect entry. My time loss? I'm out of the play already. Are you guys okay? But I'm out. I made $40 on it. We got it from here to here, and then just got out. Just took one little move. I sold MO flip shares on Friday, answered it twice today, and also put it on the watch list. Netflix pop, still in those. And then SPY on the high. It feels like September 22, but it just, so many things are both different and similar. And then it won't be 2022 September until the pound and euro fall. Why are rates higher this year and why is the dollar relatively lower? Literally, we've answered it all day. Dollar's lower because other currencies recovered with us, like the pound in Europe. So that's why the dollar's not as high. The rates are higher because the rates are literally higher than last year. So last year by September, I think rates were at 4%. Now we're at 5.5. So you've had at least 4 more rate hikes since then. Back then, the market didn't believe it as much. So even though Powell was raising rates, longer term rates didn't go up. But now after 4 more rate hikes, when we only thought there'd be 1, now that's why the rates are higher. What about the swan events? The purple ones, the obsidians, the onyx swan. Yes. Black swan it's a term that's made up by Nassim Taleb from back in the day. It's a financial term to describe unexpected events. So realistically, there's only a black swan. The definition later got morphed again with a gray swan, but that's about it. Unfortunately, there's no diversity within the swan community. Talib Kweli. Nassim Taleb. But Talib Kweli goes hard. All right. I think we hit a new high off that. I'm not too sure. Did it? I think. 4,333. 30 points away now from that danger level. And remember, this one, so these are the last 2 lines. Remember, these were the no man's land final lines of defense. So if you can't get above 43.38 and hold, that would be better. I mean, even comparing the last couple days, that just was not happening. So we'll see. It's still working its way up there. Futures, SPX going up. Apple is on the high again. Not too bad. XOM moving. Oil too. Oil's not breaking out, but the oil companies, they started off weak and now they're running up. So there's energy. Yeah, they're up 1.8. It's weird. Crude isn't up like this, but oil companies are doing good. Got hired full-time. Online orientation while trading, baby. Let's go. Hey, man, get that bag. The Apple Store, I forgot. Yeah, did anybody grab an iPhone 15? Did anybody go and buy an iPhone 15 this weekend? Were you able to get your hands on it? Were you able to trade in your iPhone 2 for $20,000? So they've been saying, man, I don't know. They're lining up out there. You got the 15 Pro Max. I flipped the 8. I did. I got one. I love it. Wow. You all got them, bro. What? I did. I thought everyone would be like, so it's not sold out? No way. No geranium or gallium plays. No, just China in general. But I don't know enough about that to specifically go after those. You waited for 2 hours for the data and transfer. Got an appointment. 15 Pro Max, baby. You got that iPhone mini. They did sell out. Pro Max sold off. You lost your iPhone 13 in the Colombian Ocean. My friend's got an 800 credit from an iPhone 10. No way. Most stores sold out. Delivery pushing end of October. That's crazy. You guys all got them. So that poll came to life. You got the Max and the Ultra 2 watch. Dang, son. Are iPhones the new car loan? Nah, I think, bro, this one, I don't even think this iPhone is like expensive this time around. They're clearly worried about that France legislation, and they are paying you like $800. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're getting so much money for an old phone, and then I haven't done it yet. I haven't bought the phone yet, but it seems like this is all just a recycle edition thing they're doing. Like, I think they're trying to get an upgrade cycle out of people, get them to go here, giving them a lot of money. But it seems like, if anything, this may benefit the carriers, but I don't know about Apple. You've been rocking the XS Max, time for an upgrade, I feel. You can trade in the 3Gs version. And don't they give you dude, I heard they were giving, even at like Verizon, I think if you take in any iPhone, they will give you $800. Even if it is like a 3G, which is stupid. I wonder how many people who got the iPhone have more than 10K saved in their accounts. We could ask. If you bought the iPhone, do you have more than $10,000 saved in your account? Because now everyone's like, well, you Americans are only buying phones because you just buy phones. Yes, man, way more. Yes, I do. Yes. I bought the 14 Pro, and yes, I do indeed have more than 10,000. Yes, I do. Okay. All right. I barely have $10. Okay. They're lying. Oh, they're lying now. Everybody, if I didn't know any better, it's like you guys are looking for problems. Well, you only bought that because you're broke. Well, you're lying. Well, then, okay, then maybe you either got the phone or you're not, and maybe you had a reason, maybe you didn't, I don't know. But it seems like this was not supposed to be entrapment. You know what I'm saying? We're not, that's it, don't worry, there's no criminal conviction for buying a phone, regardless of how much you have, man. You got merch? Hey, man, that's what you need. That's what you need. I still have my old phones, so don't worry. I just don't like going in to get new phones. It takes so long. Yeah, Rite Aid, I mean, I'm trying to use this big drop to finally close out the covered calls here, but I put it, they're fucking with the bid and ask. They have an order at 10, but it's only 4 contracts, so it's not enough to even do the trade. They need to keep the sales numbers up. I think they're working with the phone carriers to just like, they want numbers up. Because I don't get it, bro. How are they doing this? That's insane. Last 3 months, you had 3 girls at the gym try to push their OF on you. Wow. I don't know what gym you go to, but I've not had anything remotely similar happen, let alone an interaction with a girl at a gym. At least for me. I don't know, but for me, I'd have never had. What gym are you going to? Because it does not, I don't know, man. But somebody said peach. Oh my gosh. Every time I go to the gym, you got the peach. Oh, Chattadonia, Bradley Frizzle on a Monday, baby. Peach Nation. Get your ass up. Or not. Let's go, baby. Get up. Yeah, bro. I don't know. No, that don't happen. The other day, a girl smiled at me at the gym, and I got offended. I was like, "How dare you?" And I just like, I looked away. I looked angry. I was like, that's not acceptable here. It's like, how dare, no one's talked to me ever in this life. The only relationship I've had at the gym is the guys who try to sell me steroids. And like, that's it. You fist bump somebody lifting enough, those will be your friends at the gym. But I've never had any remotely experience like that at the gym. That's kind of cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, just different, bro. Just different at the gym. I thought you were married. Me? No. The Chad's trying to get me to marry. It's a weird combination. I've had a girlfriend for a couple of years, and now the Chad is like, yo, you should get married. I'm like, I don't know. You could trade in my phone 1 terabyte. Bro, I bet you if you switch carriers, you could get it for free. Josh deals with it all the time. He doesn't want his girlfriend to hear. Nah, bro. I share every moment with her. Like, it's beautiful. Because there was one time I had a girl come up to me at the mall and, like, actually, like, low-key run game in front of my girlfriend. And I remind her about it all the time. It was that was my first moment in the 2-3 years I've dated her that has ever happened. I was like, you remember that? I said, don't forget. Don't forget. That was a really cool moment. Bro, I was I was at the mall. And then some girl just came up to me and started talking to me. And I was trying to like be nice, but like she was not, like she was just trying to talk, bro. And then my girlfriend came up, and then I was like, hey, yeah, that's my girlfriend. Okay, bye. And then I told my girl, I was like, you see that? You see that? She's like, I'll kill her. I was like, that's not okay. I was fighting over you? Nah. I was just chilling. Man. Yeah, but like my girlfriend gets hit on a lot though. That's the thing. You guys keep looking at me, but like, nah, bro, I've seen it. Anywhere if I go out with her, like if I leave her and like I walk away, like, and I kind of respect it though. It's kind of weird because I'm kind of like, wow, I thought everybody was a P word, but honestly, I'm very surprised because like if I leave her for like 2 minutes and we're in somewhere, like even when I went with her to like Vegas or anywhere, bro, I get away for like 2 minutes. Somebody will walk up to her and ask her for her number every single time. That's why I was like, damn, son. I was like, but she's good. She says no English. She walks away. It's beautiful. Be thankful. No, I was surprised though. Like low key though, guys hella be doing that. Where I'm like, little do they know, I'm proud of them, but I'm also like, you have no shot, bro. But I'm like, I'm proud of them because I'm like, good for you. You guys are like going out. Like I didn't know guys still did that. I thought they were all, like scared or like worried or something. I was like, good job. Like I was like, there you go. I was like, it's not gonna work, but that's still like it will eventually. Amen. I would ask for your number. Good. I'm proud of you. Do I think she's a spy? Yes. Does she get free merch? No, she doesn't. She like literally, I don't know if she's like socially awkward, but then I don't know if she just likes me a lot, loves me, whatever it is, but she literally says no English and then walks away. That's her thing. Or one time she screamed, and that was the funniest. I felt so bad for the dude because she was turned around and he was like trying to get her attention. And then he got her attention and she didn't know he was there. And then she goes, ah! And then just screams. I was like, oh, he turned all red and shit. I was like, oops, sorry. Yeah, it's kind of funny. How did I meet her? Arranged marriage. I'm Middle Eastern. Arnaz resumed training. Xelly. Yeah, Arnaz still, that thing's been chilling. I don't know if it's going to do that end of the day craziness. Airbnb is all over the place, and then travel, though. As long as those airlines don't keep dropping, because that's the next thing. When energy goes up, people are worried about that for travel. And then it's like, let's say we get round 2 of inflation. It's either going to be eating at home or traveling. One of those is going to take a hit. Some warnings, Treasury yields could continue to press even higher. Back up in Treasury yields continuing on Monday. 2-year yields above 5.1, 10-year above 4.5, highest since '07. A couple of moving pieces amongst the recent push include China debt uncertainty, potential Bank of Japan pivot, energy prices, and resilient labor market, and sticky inflation. Comments from Chicago Fed's Goolsbee. Voter also adding upward pressure, saying that the risk of inflation staying higher than where the Fed wants is the bigger risk, and that the next question is how long the Fed will have to hold these levels. Positioning in hedge funds and CTAs are also in focus. Bank of America analyst says bias for rates remaining higher, given leverage hedge fund short position and vulnerable long positions held by real money community. Also noted fund inflows slowing ahead of wave of U.S. supply in Q4, while Jeffrey said recently this year's financing needs likely in total around 2.5, following the expectation of additional financing need of around 2.5 trillion in 2024. Also flag risk of weakening foreign demand as investors face deteriorating fiscal situation in home markets. Ta-da! You like my Middle Eastern joke? I love them too, because then I just say it, and then certain questions, it just gets the people, like a lot of the white people who ask me the same question, I could just stick to, just say it's Middle Eastern, and then they stop asking. It's crazy. I love it, bro. I found my first joke. If I was ever going to do stand-up, I got my first stand-up joke. You know that? And it revolves around the word Habibi. I was thinking about this the other day, bro. I was like, man, America and all of you guys out here nowadays, man, you could thank Drake. I don't know. You all know Habibi. You know that? You all know Habibi. Everybody, you guys, you like Habibi. You all know what Habibi means now, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you were real curious what that meant in the year 2001. I promise you that, bro. Habibi was not always like that. And that's why I was like, damn, I was thinking about it for real, bro. Like in 2000, 2001, we would say Habibi. They're like, what does that mean? What's Habibi mean? You didn't know what it meant. So y'all were real suspicious when we were saying, you're like, Habibi, I have 2 B's. What else have 2 B's? Bond. Yeah, exactly. Uh-huh. You guys were mad worried. You were mad worried. Nowadays, you are like, oh, Habibi. It's cool, though. I like it. I appreciate it, though. Because now I'm like, wow, thank you guys for letting Habibi be a chill word now. But otherwise, Habibi used to get you on a watch list. Mm-hmm. So there it is. That's my first real true joke that I've ever came up with that I think is just beautiful. So thank you for using the word Habibi. I love you. Habibti. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's different. You learned Habibi and Wallah playing against the Cairo American School in soccer. Oh, yeah. That's dope. VIX to 1740. Coming down. VIX is red, though. It was green earlier. Dow barely green. What is the dollar? Dollar at 106. Just holding NVAX on the high. Decent pop, actually. NVAX 3%, maybe 2% on that candle. NVAX. It's a run-in. Spy melt up. Wallah, habibi. Wallah. Inshallah, spy melt, you know? Again, NVAX, 20-cent pop right there. Pretty decent. I'm not seeing a headline, though. Officer Dabowski acquires 6,000 shares. That was over the weekend. Yeah, nothing. We'll see. That check Pfizer, BNN-Tex. I already have Pfizer up. Nothing. It could just be them, but decent candle. And then SPY just sold off a little from the high, but near the higher range on the day. And everything's still green. And then VIX back down to red. Wow. What time? Maximum around 9:30. Let's do some push-ups. Hold on. Oh, I just kicked my chair back. Let's go. Where's my desk? My desk razor. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press high chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, NVAX is still running. We gave you that call out, but we don't have the news. But now you've been here for 3.5 hours. Okay, get beside your desk, do 10 push-ups, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, anything. But move around, relax the eyeballs, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away, blink it 2, 5, blah, 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 blim, 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 blink, 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 blink. Chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. And legs in front of you, baby. Let's go. Before the market starts moving. Somebody said greedy short. I don't know about greedy short. I think you could take it here, but I think greedy short is like right back to the gap fill. So honestly, unless the bonds or dollar move, I don't know. But if you want the greedy short, let's say we start trading here at that level and it breaks, and you notice the bonds going lower and dollar up, I would take it. But I'm not really trying to find that play more or less. I'm trying to do my resistances now. You know what I'm saying? Do not take the greedy short. Yeah, well, either way, whatever you do, like I'm saying, I told you I made an MES today, and like I said, I've been telling you I don't want to make certain trades, but it's like I'm just gonna have to put them on a time frame, put them on a limit there. But just we have 5 or 6 days. We got to get through the end of September, which again, these are supposed to be the 10 worst days of the market every year, I guess seasonally. But then right when we get into October, maybe why some people are saying watch out for the greedy short, because October, like we went over, there's a lot of positive seasonality associated with it. NVAX, I don't have news. I just got the move on it. We checked, but you might get something. But either way, 4% off of something. KVO. Okay, I need to hit the door. Please hold. Gotta get the door stretches. Just real quick, real quick. Okay, one more set, chat. One more set. Are we going down still? No, I kind of bounce. I see the high ticker from here, bro. Oh, there you guys. My goodness. Moderna trading lower on Friday, not something else. TLT hitting new lows. I think it makes sense just after that dot plot and potentially what's on the table. But I do think bonds can start moving a lot from here. And then even then, the next set of data might have more implications for what's going to happen from here. And Invex, yeah, we don't know. Let's see. MGM ended up bouncing up. Arch Coal on the high. CF on the high. I feel like materials are doing good. And then utilities are down. Yeah, XLB materials, they might be the leader. Let's see if the early. We're approaching the third hour here, just a little bit past it. Looks like Dow Jones, you got 18 names red, 12 names in the green. NASDAQ 100, 48 names red, 53 in the green. And then SPX, 212 names red, 290 green. So SPX has flipped. Again, there was like 300 red in the morning. So now it's like 290, 300 green. Disney 80 flat? No way. And then bonds too. 30 years about to break through. Yeah, 80, 89. Disney don't look good. That sucks. Again, every single one of these little pops off there. It did not look pretty. Italy to sell 3 billion 10-year bonds on September 28. And Italy's been kind of... Italy could either be a big problem or not, but tie that into the ECB. They've been kind of quiet. All right, you're holding. Like I said, bonds are going lower. You're approaching greedy short level. You might need the dollar to play along or something else. 29.65. Again, 43.29. This is literally where, we made the play there on the run. Closed out here. Got that like 10 points or whatever. But you are just chilling right here. CMT on the high. How long for the strike to be resolved? I think they're getting progress, but it's kind of like weird. It's like in the sense that the strikes, it was bad for them because it could hurt, future production, but then it saved them money because they didn't have to pay for it. So that's why I think it's kind of weird for them. But in general, I mean, this was our first update on those strikes probably in a month. I think right now they have agreed with the writers, the screenwriters, but I think now they are still needing to work on a deal for the actors. Yeah, TLT is at TLT is at a historic low. You got to keep that in mind. TLT is it's actually crazy. Actually, I want to try something now that I think about it. This is what time? 9:46. I'm gonna buy a ZB to the long side to flip it. I'll keep that one tighter though. Well, let's see. I bought an upside on TLT, but I'm gonna flip out of that. I'm not gonna hold that for the day, just for a little bit. So if it pops off the 2% there and then levels out, hoping it gets a little lucky. But yeah, TLT has a lot going on. Interest rates, man. Interest rates. TLT leaves. No, I'd go with the futures again. Even then, I've already made a play on this one here for the day, but it's going to be a wild ride. And I think TLT we had the discussion on it today. It's like holding till maturity. So, there's an opportunity, but you got to really make sure it works and makes sense for you. Where's the other one? Wheat. Wheat looked interesting too, but they're already up. Corn is near the low. And then Amazon a little bit. You're close to the greedy short level. So let's see what happens again. It'll pretty much be 43.25. That is the last line of defense from last week. It's actually crazy to think about. I remember we said every time the rates go up, things break. Last time was SVB. I agree. So that's why eventually, once something starts breaking, you'll get that opportunity. But I do agree with that 100%. But how long how that process comes to materialize, that will be the issue. We might hit new lows. Just watch out here, both on bonds or not. We're going to find out. What were you saying about banks having fixed assets worthless? the held to maturity. So I'm surprised financial media, because it's a good story. Like, even if you want clicks and you want to get people interested, I'm surprised they didn't write about this at all. It's very simple. You know, what you have going on there is they have what's it called? Every single one of these banks. So if you remember during SVB, they all had something called held till maturity. You know, they had unrealized losses that they were riding in on, and pretty much they all had, I think it was like $500 billion of losses. And what that meant was that they were holding 30-year bonds, and those bonds were losing value, so their unrealized losses went up. All I was saying after last week, and even for this week, if everyone's freaking out about the bonds, you know, people are saying what it means for Powell and a lot of other things, but realistically, if you're aware of the situation, you understand every little tick up in long-term bond yields. That means the unrealized losses for these regional banks and even the big banks, those are all going up. So even today with TLT down 2%, hitting a new low since '07, I could almost bet on it that the banks and regional banks have their highest unrealized loan losses since 2007. So the more the rates go up, the more the banks are losing unrealized. Ta-da! So, like I'm saying, I'm very surprised people didn't talk about it more. But that is, you know, if you want to be in the know, and you know, just keep that in the back of your mind, because that is part of this scenario right now. That's why eventually, as the rates go up, it'll be slow. But if it keeps climbing nonstop, there will be a point where, you know, something is going to snap. So flash crash, somebody needs to do something. The Japanese, the Chinese, or the British. That's it. That is what we need. HBI down 4. Boeing, I thought they were going to get clapped for a while. Again, they got me to close that one out at a loss. It would have been nice, but I do think Boeing is kind of in a pin level, more or less. Either China makes it really good for them, or things get not so good for them. Yeah, market's going down now. So you are breaking now below any of those levels. If you want a real greedy short, you can take it, but I just prefer, I'm going to flip a 30-year bond instead. We'll see how this plays out. But now you're breaking above here ever since the S&P news before Euro close. We are now below there now. Very briefly, though, you might get a little dancing queen and we bounce up, but for the most part, that's where we are now. Big dogs, 4324. Microsoft. Amazon came down a little. They're in the green. A little bit of a Clifford. A little cheek lay. And then Dow is back to red. Everything else is still green. VIX went back to green, though, from red to green on that. Nothing happened. Again, the only news like this pop, there was updates on GDP, but that's the only thing I could think of right there. Alrighty. So this was the first high of the day. You're kind of giving it up pretty decently. London Gatwick to be limited to 800 flights a day. Capacity on air traffic. Global trade falls at fastest pace since pandemic. Hold on. The Financial Times, that's a weird-ass headline. So there's a Financial Times report that just came out. It says global trade falls at fastest pace since pandemic. Yeah, and then that London Gatwick thing's coming out there too. Mm. 4323. Visa's on the low. They're flushing. Visa kind of dying. It's not like it's some crazy news candle, but if you look at that drop with the market and then look at Visa, I mean, that brought them into the low. I don't see any news. Again, latest bad news on Visa was either the government stuff or relating to fees, and then their thing about the shares that they were trying to do. My Spotify, F350 is going to be released under Josh Answers, but you could go to Uncle Answers if you would like anything else. That's good. I had it up there. I don't know where my Josh Answers page is, but F350 comes out on Thursday. You could short KRE, but KRE is already low. That's the problem. Last week people were asking, they're like, why does it seem like banks are outperforming? And I was like, they're not. They're really low. So it's like you could short KRE, but that's equivalent to shorting KRE at the very low of SVB. So unfortunately, it's kind of figuring out the risk to reward on what you're going for there. Gonna promote it. I love it. Well, thank you. God bless you. Josh Answers, F350 this Thursday. I think it might come out Wednesday night. You might even be able to get it Wednesday night. So I don't know. But good luck. Visa's still there. Again, have that one on the screen. Bonds are at the low. I think I'm like down $30 or break even on my bond play. Again, I went for a double dip to the long side. That's about it. I didn't drop the MGM put. Nah. I want to make it free, but it's like right there. But the MGM put, I believe, is still holding up. 8 to 9 cents. We bought it for 5. It had to do this. The ask was at 17 in the morning, but then it chilled out. But they were down 1% in the morning, and then it came here. But that wasn't a real ask, I'd say. That could have got filled, but I am, if we can make it free, that would be the best. What if it's MGM? They are low. I mean, that was my worry. We got into it late. I just went for the cheap contracts. That's it. I just noticed, at least from now till the end of the year, they wouldn't sell the chain below a certain price. And there was no such thing as like a 5-cent option with time. So I just scooped those up and now waiting to hear. But MGM's still having problems. It's not like, I'm honestly shocked. It's been like a week and a half, but MGM is still like it's an issue. Again, they're one of their sections is still down, but they have opened up certain things, but we still don't even know the full scope of what just went down. NVAX, weirdest candle. That thing was moving. There's no news at all. NVAX is just starting to drop there. Then DNLI, I think that's a biotech with the greedy short trap. It may have been, but we're also just doing the Monday move. Your first time breaking the level, though, but we'll see. Because if it fails, there you go. But if it does bounce off here, I mean, you might get that squeeze move. But if it does go down from here, breaks VWAP, bonds are already low, dollar's already up. And that's it. Yom Kippur shouldn't be bullish. If anything, there's less market activity. So, I mean, if you celebrate Yom Kippur, if you are Jewish and you are in banking, trading, certain of those industries, chances are you're not doing anything today. So usually like Yom Kippur could lead to like lower volume, but it's not really, anything besides that. It doesn't really guarantee any sort of market reaction. MGM Culinary is about to strike also if no deal before the 26th. The saying is buy on Rosh Hashanah and sell before Yom Kippur. Is it Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah? Because I call it Rosh Hashanah, but it's Rosh Hashanah. I know it sounds the same. Okay, anyways. I've never, yeah. Is that for real, though? Is that actually, like, is that the word on the street? Is it really buy Rosh Hashanah and sell before Yom Kippur? That's kind of dope. That's kind of dope. It's a real saying? No way. That's dope. Well, thank you for that. Yeah, but some people say it's not true, though. The saying is opposite. Sell Rosh Hashanah, buy Yom Kippur. I mean, you're not supposed to do anything on these days, right? I'm just assuming. It's like a saying, yeah, true or not, still a saying like sell in May. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's cool. Thank you for that. Energy into the long term? No. I think I'm too young and too old for energy, but you know, maybe down the line something opens up where there's a good opportunity, but as far as right here right now, no. I think we could get something better or go for other dividends. Maybe if energy becomes very cheap at one point, but I don't like the energy. Like you said, start the New Year's earlier. That's what the Jewish New Year already started. I'm with you, man. My brother, I'm with you then. Let's go. That's it, because my year does end. This is my last week of the year. And then, you know, I'm already filing like tax stuff. I'm already doing a bunch of stuff. I got 2 more months now. 2 more months to just figure out everything. It's actually crazy, bro. It's actually crazy. So I like it. I like how y'all get down, baby. I like how y'all get down. So I'm talking about end of year right now. Speaking my language. Odd clap P break. I do need to go to the bathroom, can we? I mean, I think I saw it. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. Good morning. Happy Monday. Let's get some good vibes, baby. By the end of this week, we got to get through the 10 worst days of the S&P, and then it's October, baby. So I hope you're ready, but I will BRB.
And at the top of the list of the outflows, you see a bomb out of IVV. To me, I think this is BlackRock's model, if not Merrill's. Those are the 2 companies that own enough to rotate that big out of that. So potentially they're taking some money off the table, or they're a little scared. Probably not a good sign. Those Vanguard funds, that's tax related, so not sentiment. I'm going to ignore those. And then money out of JNK, which kind of offsets the HYG. So there is some bearishness to offset the bullishness. Now I want to talk about the Treasury ETFs, because there's an interesting thing going on. We talk about these yields going up. TLT is the 2nd biggest inflow ETF of the year, but it's gotten clobbered. It's the only one in the top 10 with a negative return. But investors have kept piling in, but they're starting to go away. I think they're kind of surrendering to a degree. So if you look here, the white line is ultra short. Ultra short had been outflowed by long dated treasuries all year, right? But the last 2 months, ultra short takes in the most, followed by intermediary, long term. Same this month. That's 2 straight months of this trade petering out, people going into ultra short. Why? Because you still get that juicy yield, but without the pain of treasury, the long dated part of the curve going down again and again.
But you have reinvestment risk. And also, if you're betting on a recession, I would think you want to move out the curve. Let's ask somebody who knows more about this than me. Joanna Gallegos joins us, Chief Operating Officer and co-founder at Bond Blocks. It's the first ETF provider solely focused on fixed income, and you cut the industry, the asset class, into slices so people can pick and choose. I've been hearing a lot more people say they're going out the curve. They want more duration because they're worried about all the headwinds facing the economy. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so you will see, as Eric mentioned, that the top flow into the Treasury segment has been on the long end of the curve, but that trade has been getting clobbered over the last 3 months. And I think that's just a bet on the way people thought that the Fed would pivot and change, and it hasn't come to bear in 2023. It didn't happen in 2022. At Bond Blocks, we don't foresee a recession happen in 2023 or even mostly into 2024. So that may not be where your best allocation is in fixed income right now. We think, importantly, you should be thinking about adding as much, quality risk in fixed income into your portfolio so you can achieve, longer term returns that people were trying to do with equities for the last 10 years in a much less risky way.
So to boil that down, are you saying it's better right now to take credit risk rather than duration risk?
We're definitely telling people, a lot of our products manage duration for that very reason. Like, get every fixed income portfolio manager. Joanne Bianco at our firm will tell you that's the one thing over 30 years she did, is manage the duration out of her portfolios and looked for the quality risk and looked how to add it smartly. So it's not about making a bet of bringing risk on or bringing risk off. It's about making sure you're understanding how interest rate risk is really persistent in your portfolio right now. But when you look at credit risk right now, you look at corporates and specifically in high yield.
Listen to what she's saying. It's actually fire. I'll break it down for you.
Start 2023 from a position of strength,
really
but that resiliency and strength in the balance sheet has endured, and looks like, you mentioned refinancing risk, it looks like into 2023 and 2024, you're not going to see a spike in defaults, and you're going to see companies weather this through because their balance sheets, their interest rate coverage is incredibly strong. It's a very, very different place to be this late in the cycle than others had before them.
So I get this. I always bring up XCCC, which is the most junk ETF that you can ever find, almost 100% in all junk bond ETFs, triple C rated.
Yeah.
It's the second best performing fixed income ETF of the year out of 600.
Yeah.
But the flows just aren't there. Why aren't people jumping at something that's up 12%, yielding 12%?
I think people need to remember the fundamentals and the characteristics of fixed income. They're forgetting this. They haven't looked at the asset class for a long time. One of the reasons Triple C is performing so well is because it has a very high coupon. And when rates are now double what they were before the Fed started raising rates, what that does is it provides an immense amount of cushion in your portfolio. And so when you're looking at these rates and this coupon income, we looked at high yield, and for the last 10 and 20 years on an annualized basis, it's the coupon income that was really driving the returns in these fixed income instruments. And so you're right, people need to familiarize themselves with the characteristics of something even as interesting as Triple C. You couldn't trade the category, you couldn't trade the exposure before Bond Blocks launched this fund, and now you can see it and you can interact with it. And the important thing to remember about Triple C is it's not, if you're thinking about adding more equities to your portfolio right now, you're taking on whatever the volatility of the equity market is. You just put up some interesting stats. But if you look at fixed income and you look at Triple C, you're getting, especially in broad-based high yield, you're getting half the volatility as you are of the S&P 500. Yet you're getting a lot of yield and a a lot of return because that's what's driving your.
I always hear fixed income people say there's not enough.
This lady, Joanna Gallegos. She says, I think she's a COO of Bond Blocks. Oh man, that little thing she was telling about duration, that was exactly what we were saying here with TLT. I hope you guys got it, because that's why she was pretty much saying why people aren't buying TLT right now. That whole thing I was trying to explain to you was duration risk. So like literally she's saying you're better off with credit. You're better off short term, even leveraging to a certain degree. You want short term stuff, but she's pretty much saying going about and buying, there's always a permanent, persistent risk of duration. So it's not like pretty much, this is what I was trying to explain earlier. If you're looking to make one of these moves right now on TLT, you have to be willing to ignore duration risk. And that's why we're saying, unfortunately, that will be there. So don't be one of the banks. But here, hold on. She's still going?
Income, which are clearly higher for longer as of last week. And so it's just sort of not a FOMO trade here, which is one of Eric's favorite topics, but it's more of reminding yourself of how fixed income works in your portfolio. And now you can dial it up or dial it down with Bond Blocks.
Well, on the topic of high yield, let's talk about a product that you just launched. We're talking about the Bond Block USD High Yield Sector Rotation ETF. The ticker there is HYSA. And this is interesting because it's an ETF that holds your sector-specific high yield funds. Talk to us a little bit about, out of the gate, what does the allocation look like and how often you think this ETF will turn over?
Yeah, so one of the first things that people said about our product suite of the high yield sectors is like, what do I do? How do I put them together? And so we responded to that feedback with clients, and we worked with Macquarie Asset Management to launch this fund. And so you want to think of it sort of as almost a way to replicate your broad-based ETF exposure in high yield, but with a little more intention around how to underweight and overweight some of these sectors as we're going through this cycle. So you wouldn't be surprised right now that energy is overweight, industrials are overweight, non-discretionary consumer is overweight. And so you're able to sort of like see some of the trends that are going on with companies through this period reflect your current market. And that's, I think, what people wanted to hear. They recognize that we were saying there's dispersion among the sectors and there's opportunity amongst the sectors, but it can be very hard to put that together. So we worked with, an active asset manager in Macquarie Asset Management, and they're helping us manage this fund. And that's what HYSA is. It's how do you invest in high yield right now?
All right, very interesting stuff, Joanna. Thanks so much for coming in the studio. Joanna Gallegos, she is one of the founders of Bond Blocks and talking to us here in our New York headquarters. Coming up, ARK.
I like it. So duration risk. You might want to go back and listen to that. For real, though, if you're curious with the whole TLT thing, I think the only risk is duration, but it's bigger risk than you think. Very good. White House should hire this. No, she was good. Honestly, even a lot of the chads, you guys liked her, but I was just listening. I went to the bathroom. I was grabbing me a drink, and I was hearing her, and I was like, damn, like, she's spitting facts right now, and I was like, I hope the chads understand this, because this was the conversation that we were talking about early in the morning. Everybody keeps asking about it, but it's like she really just said it. And that question, would you rather take credit risk or duration risk? So you got a simple, very, very simple thing to understand. Like, look at it. The credit risk, like, look at the 2-year. That's where interest rates are up. That's going to move with the rates, right? Versus a 30-year bond, it's lower than where the credit rating is at right now, or the rate, but it moves differently. So, because one has, 30 years of time versus 2 years. So, very, very beautiful. Dollar dying, yeah, and bonds are catching a bid. But yeah, two candles down on the dollar. That could actually be great. So we'll see. Powell data dependent. You're running back up. So greedy short looked like a trap, turned into bounce off the level. You're right back up to the earlier high. Again, all of the entries too. If you took the top tick or whatever else you want to call it, though, but off of that S&P news, all of those futures are actually still holding, so that's great. I'm still in the bond play. That thing's up like $30. They were saying don't buy TLT the last time we bought TLT in 2020, but I don't disagree this time. I mean, in the sense, it's simple. We hit TLT by getting Powell in a corner every time. That's it. Let Powell get into the corner. Let Powell do the same thing. I really wouldn't doubt it that you will have a signal for the rate cut and the market won't even react for a week when it happens. And what I mean by that is, like, look at how all the China stuff and other things have played out recently. But this time, I think what she's talking about is different. Like I'm saying, I don't know. Did you guys... how many of you were here on Friday? Like, did you get the vibe? I had an attitude on Friday, not like an attitude towards you, but my view on Friday was just I was reacting to the dot plot still, and that dot plot showed me that they're ready to either pivot immediately, or Powell is about to just blow out the whole bond curve like he did the last 2 years in a row. Where he's going to raise it another 100 basis points. Just as we think, one more, he throws on 4 more. That's happened every single year since 2021. So if that's the case, we have a really big problem. That's not going to be good for bonds. But also, if the economy does crater here coming into the next year, things don't materialize good, the rates are already too high, then I think Powell could be ready to pivot. But in those instances, you have to think about, does it, what risk are you taking by buying TLT, buying some of the bonds? So just, again, a lot of people have been chasing it. Like they said, I don't know if you heard that, out of all of the top ETFs in the world, the number 3rd inflows is TLT, even though it's the only one on that list that is negative on the year. So so in a weird way, you got to think about it, bro. Everybody and their mother knows about TLT. The last time people heard about TLT when we made it, CNBC told them to short it. But it's not as if TLT was gigantic at that time. Again, most people up until recently, why would you care about a bond ETF? Especially if you're a trader who's not involved in bonds and is not really, why there's so many other things. So point I'm saying is that this is a very overcrowded trade. Everybody wants it. Unfortunately, the answer lies in Powell's hands. You don't need to listen to the media. You don't need to listen to anybody's opinion. Everyone's going to have a lot of them, but I do think it boils down to Powell. But how we go about that, the risk is time and duration. So unfortunately, going too early cost money on this one, a pretty decent amount, just because we don't know where it will end up. TBT, yeah, we've made a couple plays on it, but yeah, it doesn't get as much attention. SPY's going up. I don't know how low TLT could go. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. All I know, though, is they're crazy. That's it. I think Powell is willing to do whatever. That's why I'm worried about how high it could go or how low it goes. But at the same time, I also have a lurking suspicion that Powell can cut rates in the next 3 months. I know that sounds wild, but but that's where I'm looking at it. It's kind of like my TLT in 2019. But it needs more time, and we need way more clarity. But I'm just looking at it in the sense of, if he doesn't cut rates by the end of the year, then I think he's going to go full Volcker. But like I'm saying, there is that possibility that he does end up cutting, or at the same time, if that doesn't occur, that the other alternative is it's a very, very wide range. Are you planning to go for TLT or SHY? I have something better than TLT. You should know about it by this point. I'm very, very clear with it. And then at the same time, it's also, there's going to be more than TLT. There's going to be the 2-year, there's going to be the 30-year, the 10-year. There's going to be a lot of things you're going to be able to go for. But when it does arrive, I will be around there. You don't want to miss it. Nobody does, but at the same time, you do not want to take the loss waiting for it if you're not prepared for it. That's all. That's why I love what that lady just said. Excuse me. Because I was trying to explain it where it's just like, if you could calculate your duration risk and you know how much your risk will be over time and how time will affect your play, by all means, I feel free to start buying TLT. But the reality is a lot of people don't understand the duration risk. I would go as far to tell you the biggest banks in the world barely understand duration risk. Why? Because they have the most unrealized losses. Yeah, Boeing is running up. SPY's still holding 2. And somebody asked the question. They said, do you think, where was it? Do you think Hugh feels the same way about TLT that he did 6 months ago? Yes, I think he feels exactly the same. Again, it's beautiful because go back to the interview with me and Hugh, and I talked about this, and I talked to the guy myself, you know what I'm saying? I understood I think Hugh is correct in theory. I think Hugh is right on the money, even what Hugh has witnessed, and I'm sure what he sees with the economy, the data, again, even the dot plot, I don't think Hugh is wrong there. But if you remember during the interview, I try to make it a point because we were just talking about, I was like, well, some people think this is going to materialize right away. And that's it. I think the timing is the issue once again, but I think Hugh believes exactly what he did, and I don't think he's incorrect. But like we were talking about in the interview, I was just saying I wouldn't go for a time-based bond play right now. Or again, when we're talking about duration, that's why I was a fan of either shares. But even then, I said I wanted to wait at that point. I got in like 3 months later on the 2-year, but I always said, the 30-year, it might take some time. Hugh was either going to be right really early, but now it's like he'll be right eventually. But like I'm saying, there is that duration risk. But I don't think he's to changing his mind. And we even talked about it on the interview. If you believe that it's going to be faster, and it's just like, again, I think I said, just listen, right when people hear TLT, they want to buy it, but it's like, no, this thing can take a decent amount of time. There was a good chance it wasn't, but unfortunately, Powell, the government, everything has just played this slow chugging along, and that's what left us here. I don't know. I think he put a lot of money into the TLT 2025s, right? So at that point, I was thinking either go with the 2-year. 2-year lost, you just didn't lose as much. But then it was just, I wasn't about options then, and I still am not towards any of them. I'm telling you, that is a good example, though. But that play will come true. I'm not doubting that, but I am worried about the time while playing time. So you don't want to buy time because it's all duration. Yeah, I made sure. I think he was at like the 90s or 100s or something like that. Wasn't it one of these? I think it could be the 90s. So I think he's just at break even. But it's like you would have taken a loss with shares. This one had a little bit more time premium. But then again, this would be a better time to make that play if you've never touched it. I could get behind that. But at the same time, I think that play is going to be correct. But unfortunately, this was a play on what Powell was going to do and how long it was going to take. And then unfortunately, in the midst of all that, you have the banks and all of the other things that created what it is. Is it the January? Is it the 100? Yeah, that's a shit ton of volume. That would probably make sense. He said he was in the 120s. Whoa, really? But yeah, they all done this, and they're going to keep doing that until Powell or something. But do you guys not get it? And this has nothing to do, this is all of us. It's not even about Hugh. It's not about me or you, but it kind of is. But do you realize that they don't want us to do this play? Do you not get it? This play, it's kind of, this isn't what, Powell doesn't want you to hit this play. Nobody wants you to hit this play, bro, because it's such an easy play. Again, we've hit it a lot, and maybe that's we have it publicized on YouTube over the last couple years, but I promise you, no tinfoil. Go every other time I say, oh, they did this, they did that on any stock, it's bullshit. But this play, they do not, I don't know who they is, they is Powell. He does not want you to hit this play. Why? Because that is the people that front run the bonds. And if you front run the bonds, you fuck up Powell's plan and you make things a problem. So they do not want you to have any clue. It's not the market maker. It is 19 members of the Fed working alongside everybody else. They do not want your ass front running their policy shift. Why? Because it's going to mess up everything. Ask David Tepper. Ask everybody in 2008. So that's why it's like this play is easy. You could see this play. It's just like you waited in the end, but they do not want you to front run it because then it defeats the purpose of naturally moving anything. So that's where I'm saying I hope you could feel me on that, because the idea is there, but it's naturally confusing. And the moment you start to understand that we're going to know it when we see it, and you start looking for that versus kind of trying to, okay, when are we going to front run it? It's purposefully designed. Powell does not want to show his hand, and it's designed to keep us away from front running the bonds. So if you get that, I think you'll be good. I might short the 2-year eventually, but again, if you didn't notice before, a couple days ago, I just told you I held the 2-year for a while, and again, I barely lost. I was on here on the 2-year. See what I'm saying? So I lost from here to here. That was my bond play. But then again, I cut it out just a couple days ago. 2 years still held up, but I just said nope. I think we're finally going to get our 2001 moment. We waited 3 months for that answer. So I might go back into it, but now I do believe rates are higher. But I also feel like Powell, if something cracks, we're going to get an immediate cut. But if not, then just be prepared for a very aggressive Powell. Did the past TLTs give a heads up on policy shift last time? Yes, every TLT we've played where we've made over 10 to 30,000%, there was a period of at least 5 to 7 days to buy it after I bought it. But we had things that we were looking at. Even one of them was after the Fed, believe it or not. I made the play coming into the Fed, and I gave an analysis of it, and then the next day it chilled for 2 days, and then after that it went crazy. 2020 again, I was telling you about 2020 TLT in February. It hit in March. So you don't have to worry, but again, I can't predict it. Have I had a good track record with it? Yeah. Have I blown a couple? Of course, I've been early in many instances, but at the end of the day, it's like when it does really have one of those the big shiftings, usually it's easy to tell, and I'm sure we'll have a couple of days to argue about it, and you could tell me I'm wrong before it happens. That's the beauty of it, honestly. SPY coming down a little. Watch them block your internet. It's okay. I got multiple internets. And then I'll just send you a text. Get the long-term alerts. But even, I think it'll be obvious. We'll know it when we see it. And like I'm saying, we got to be mindful of duration risk. I think that'll keep you safe. And then moving forward, it's either something the end of this year. And if it's not the end of this year, there is nothing to create that, then that's it. Just be prepared for a Volcker-esque Powell. That's all I could anticipate. October is just good seasonality, just because it always has been, and it leads into the end of the year. Again, fiscal year's ending, but then also there's different trends when August and September are bad, as well as in general, just if things could actually hold up. All right, hold on. Almost 10-year. Hershey's on the low. Oh, wheat is near the high. And then SPY came down, still chilling. I had NVAX up here for a minute. U.S. government shutdown will be negative for ratings, says Moody's. All right. I sold out of the bond play. I made $60 on that. Let them out. Again, I thought it was going to move a little harder off the bottom. I don't want to get trapped in there. How would you play the bonds in terms of rate cuts? You buy them. I'd buy a series of plays, so I would get a mix of 2-year, 10-year, 30-year plays. I would even find stuff on the market in general, but that is what I would go for. Just like, again, any of the other TLTs, we had plays on the VIX. as well as even on the S&P. Remember, we had those, during COVID. We also got SPY debit spreads that paid out immensely. So there's multiple ways. It's when it happens, though. How to play it, not the issue. But when that's the thing, and Powell's job is to conceal it, and that's where we just got to kind of read between the lines, or hopefully something is very obvious, moves right ahead of it, and we don't even have to think at that point. $60 per contract. I just made six. I only had one contract. So I closed out. I made $3,000 on the ZB today, but then I double dipped for the a little bounce there, and I made $60, and then we hit like a MES for like 40. I'm just doing smaller trades here because, again, finding the balance between trying to maintain cash, but also you got little movements here. So I'm thinking I don't want to be holding overnight, but then again too, I'm also gonna make sure I don't get ahead of myself. I like the bonds though. I like bonds, currencies, data, moving equities. That I think we might be getting to that theme again. And I perform well in that environment. So that's what I'm waiting for. So we'll see. SPY flush a little bit. You can't go for the greedy short, but you remember what happened last time. ARM. What about Instacart too? I feel like the IPOs might try to wake up. The largest unrealized losses. I think Bank of America's up there, as well as even Goldman or Schwab. I think Schwab is really bad financially. ARM popping. Governor DeSantis to debate on Fox News in November. U.S. government shutdown be negative, says Moody's. That's old. Microsoft off the bottom. Amazon's holding up. Weight Watchers, they're running up. Of America. Banks are catching some reds here, though. Hold on. Then regionals from the top. Regionals still shaky. Republican debate this Wednesday. I didn't watch the other one. I only got like a couple of clips, but I don't know. And then are the Democrats, they're not going to have a debate, are they? They're just going to, hey, you can't debate me. I already won, you little prick. Huh? Come on, what do you want to debate about? Shut up. Shh. Shh. The long term for O, I think is at like 55. Like low 55s or low 56. But I think 55. But all of the REITs are just getting murdered right now. That's why I'm not going to buy any of them. I think we had our shot when there was that little recovery here. Again, if they went up, but with higher interest rates, everything, I mean, I would hold on, but it's just, I'm not going to try to throw any money into the wind on real estate there. Or at least, unless it's like physical real estate, you know what I'm saying? If they get a cigarette ban in another country, yeah. I don't think it's going to be good for them. If not, though, I think they'll be chill. I think real estate booming again once rates dip. That depends on what happens to unemployment. So again, if they're showing through all of this they won't cut rates, like what do you think the environment will look like when they actually cut rates? So if that's the case, I mean, we'll find out. But it really depends on unemployment and a lot of other factors. But theoretically, it should lift it up. But we'll find out what happens. And then what time is it? 10:30? And you're going down a little lower. Allegiant sees best positioned among ultra low cost airlines. And then RNAS, they resumed trading. That's been halted several times today. VNQ is discount. I agree. I think the problem I'm trying to explain to everybody is that VNQ in real estate, any REIT, it's long duration. So that's what you got to watch out for, is that they're cheap right now, they're going lower, but all I'm saying is throughout the next coming months and year, there's going to be durational risk priced into the REITs. That's why no matter what happens, even if it's a good day, some of the REITs won't even go up because they could just get hit by the interest rates. They could be getting hit by their duration risk. Some of them need to refinance, all of that stuff. So keep in mind, real estate is a longer term play, and there is that time risk associated with it. Jerome, you want to raise the roof, but I'm going to raise your rates. I'm going to take from your plate, return to the state. The treasury's your treasure, I've sealed your fate. That's a pretty good Jerome flow, honestly. We might need to get Jerome AI flowing. New reports, SBF parents likely will be charged. F350. I hope it might come out Wednesday night. So then it releases Thursday morning, but like Wednesday night, like 9 p.m., I think you'll get it. So that'd be nice. And then SPY, little bounce again. I got out of my bond play there for the day. Twice, actually. And then SPY's still holding. 2 hours and 30 minutes remaining. My goodness. Isn't deflation more dangerous than inflation? Yeah. But right now you have inflation on your forefront rather than you're closer to inflation than deflation. So it makes sense why people are worried about one over the other. You could always print your way out of deflation. And Japan just looking at you right now like, yeah, bro. 100, yeah, bro, for sure. Like, oh, yeah, for sure, bro. It's going to be always, you can always print your way out of inflation. You will never have you'll never have a problem. No, but this is what I was showing on, where is it? This is why Japan's been such a problem. This is like when we keep talking about, like, you guys realize Japan has not even raised rates really this year? Or the last, this is their inflation, bro. So for, since the 2000s, it's popped up 3 times and you're in the third one. So unfortunately, that's always the risk, where if you are on the side that believes that you could always print your way out of inflation, unfortunately the risk in the future is that we become Japan. Have you ever heard about the Japanification of the economy? Eventually, this may be us, and that's where your deflation starts to become a real big problem. Nothing about money and the money printer. If we go deep in a recession, we will know 2021 as the bubble and 2023 as the attempted recovery. Are you saying like a 2010, 2013 vibe? Otherwise, I still think this is all just cycle 1 of inflation, and now where we go. Because sadly, the 1970 chart just looks too much like now, or at least this many months in. Saying it's silly, people were memeing money printer. Yeah, I mean, well, Powell is literally the most popular Fed chair ever. There has not been a Fed chair who has been memed or viewed as many times as Powell. But definitely, I'm thinking though where we still end up though. I think all of it connects and all of it forms this story that we have right now. It's how he seemed to counter deflation during COVID to work well. It does. That's the problem. It works until it doesn't. So that's the whole problem with modern monetary theory. So this whole print away your problems, that's modern monetary theory. It's actually new, believe it or not. It's kind of a new concept, at least in the last decade or so. But the worry is that it could cause hyperinflation. And the only real example, and when we look back, is Japan. So it works. It causes inflation. It'll stop things. But you do run the risk that eventually, that as you print, the more you print, you will run into an issue where eventually, the printing, the increasing demand, pulling demand forward, it just doesn't work. And then you will be left with a large money supply. However, people will not be spending it, and it won't cause that. And then before you know it, deflation is going to attack you. Well, gas hits 10, yeah. I mean, it's going to hit 10 in Cali, I think, very soon or before anything else. I can't believe it, bro. So I figured it out, too. So right now, it was one gas station that's scamming. They got theirs at $6.99, but it's like $6.30, $6.40 in San Diego. But then there's one gas station in... So mad. There's another. I think there's two. The gas stations in downtown, just to clap the tourist, they're $6.99. And then the ones like more in the city or not downtown, there's like $6.30, $6.40. Yeah, the Shell in downtown, all of them, bro. Because I needed gas the other day and I filled. I was like, why the fuck is it $6.99 again? And I saw the other time I kept seeing like $6.40. Yeah, bro, that one's trash. They clap all the tourists. Trash, bro, trash. How is it possible to have large money supply yet have deflation? When we have more money in the market, isn't that automatically a precursor to higher inflation? It is, but it's kind of the real life dynamic of how money can exist but doesn't necessarily enter the money supply, right? I mean, I have money that I've in cash that I've held for a long time. That's not in the system. So comparing it to like Japan, what happened, they printed all that money, but the people in Japan don't spend and they hoard their money and they save it. So, why did inflation in 2020 work? That's what we're saying. We're like, well, it worked in 2020 because guess what? Mother effers took that money and then spent it. Spotify discloses AI voice translation. That might be old. But think about it. COVID, you got your money, you spent it. Ain't none of you saved it. Why? Because go look at the U.S. savings rate. It shot up and then month after month started to drop in half as everybody spent that money. But let's say now, like we're in the middle of a crisis and then the government gives out money and then instead of going and buying a Louis Vuitton jacket or something, you go and you save it. And then if majority of the people saved it, even though they gave out all that money and money supply increased, if it's not really circulating and in there and nobody's using it, everyone's just holding that money. There's less dollars being floated around. It would bring the value up. So you need people to get this large money supply and also spend it. But if you give them large money supply and they hold it, welcome to Japan. So that's the problem. That's why some people don't like trickle down economics. That's why I'm saying, what happened from 2008 to like 2016, 2015, or whatever, that period ended. It was awful because you had a lot of people, again, they gave out all this money, right? But Dodd-Frank made it so you couldn't buy a house. Yes, I have a very expansive real estate portfolio today, but if you don't think I had to deal with some fuck shit by not having some money and then them telling you wouldn't qualify, then you have no idea what it was like. Because it was that was the problem, is like the trickle down stuff. It didn't. That's why people say it doesn't work, because sometimes it really does not at all, especially when Wall Street and all these bankers got the money, since 2008, they've been taking advantage of interest on excess reserves. They've been getting all of this money and holding it. You give $50 million to Jamie Dimon, and then everybody else is getting paid $50,000 a year. You could print a shit ton of money, but if it's being held in the hands of a couple of people, then you're not going to get your inflation. That's why since after 2008, we never had inflation, even though we had the largest quantitative easing in the world, if you think about it, except for China. So why was that? Because the money went to people, but they weren't able to buy houses. They weren't buying stocks because they were terrified, right? People were getting jobs and saving their money to a degree, but then all the rich people and then anybody who had access to capital, they were already ready to take advantage of it from 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And even up to those moments, it was still very difficult to even get anything, because you were limited, even though there was a lot of money around. So you're saying what I do with my money doesn't affect inflation? Kind of, yeah. It's like your vote in what we learned in politics, but collectively it has an impact. So all of us as a Chad, what we do with our money has more of an impact than all of us individually here and there, if that makes sense. Like if all of us right now decided to go buy certain things, all in unison, and like that was the culture, that was the prevailing nature, then yeah, it would have a big effect. But your vote, you as an individual, whether you're rich or poor, it doesn't really matter unless you're buying an airplane, because that moves GDP and other things. Other than that, airplanes, it's not gonna, again, like one car purchase, you help move the needle, but it's really how did everybody in your state purchase a car this year or this month? That has more of it. But you said the rich didn't. Well, I'm talking about think about money and how it was. The best example is, Jamie Dimon. It's not like he spent that much. No, he didn't buy a plane. You don't know what he bought, but it's him on his own. So collectively, rich people collectively, they had more of an impact. But again, they got their money. It's talking about it actually not trickling down. And then the fact is, even though there was a lot of money, if they never used it, it didn't do anything. And why do I say they didn't do anything with the money? Because they held it in their reserves to get free money off of the Fed. So he might have got a plane on a loan and he may pay for it monthly and all that stuff. But do you get what I'm saying? Like, he didn't spend. None of them did. The banks didn't spend the money. They didn't give loans for people to get mortgages from 2008 to 2015. They only gave it to people who could qualify at a crazy standard. But it's not as if, Jamie Dimon, he was buying food. He might buy a couple more cars than you. But again, this is a big country and there's all of it. But all I'm saying is they print out $50 billion and $40 billion goes to the banks. That $10 billion isn't, that's between everybody else. And hopefully it has velocity. Otherwise, you won't see inflation. How many billionaires? Yeah, but how many billionaires are billionaires because of their assets, right? It's not like they spent money. If you think about it, they spend normal, or they're definitely on the above average end, but you got to think about it. Like Jeff Bezos tripled up his net worth, but it's all unrealized. Houses went up. My wealth has increased substantially, unrealized, but it's the same thing. So, but it's like, that's not money. That money's not being used. It's not in the system. It's not supplied, but it does represent valuations. even though the velocity is at the lowest. Well, that they also changed a lot too. Again, I mean, that's the fuckery of all of this, unfortunately. Great discussions and deflation. I'm not saying it's going to happen now. I'm worried about it. I always have said that, but it comes at a later moment. But right now too, like, bro, in the last 2 to 3 years, they've changed M2, M3, M1 designations. They've counting certain things. You got to factor in the treasury. And then on top of it, even just all of the info and how it is. So like I'm saying, down the line, I think we will see deflation. And that's just, unfortunately, if you think you could print forever, there is a counter example. And that's all I'm saying, Japan. So that's maybe what we'll get. But other than that, we will find out. And there's a lot of effery. You know, you got to be careful in terms of, you know, what you're seeing now. And maybe you see it, you have an idea now, but the evidence may show up a year from now. Market conflicted, do nothing, or Thursday. Well, we'll see. I would hate to see a punt, but at the end of the day, a nice non-red Monday that could help kick things off in a good fashion. Otherwise, down Friday, down Monday to start off this worst segment of the year. Nah. Japan, in my opinion, at least, cannot be replicated. And it's a very good opinion. You know, a lot of people have said that for a long, long time. We say that about everything, but we never know. That's just the way I look at it. We are the guinea pigs. So just if you didn't know, you are a guinea pig of modern monetary theory. Just fun fact. We are all part of it. So maybe it is unique. Maybe there's different factors. Again, we were surprised the first 10 years of QE. We were surprised no inflation even happened. You know, so. I like the opinion. I like the take, and it's, you know, just be prepared for anything, though. You know, anything can happen. You don't underestimate how materialistic the United States is, but I like it. I mean, I think you need to listen to Hugh one more time. Just, you know, some of the craziest things that happen. The world is a wacky place. Who said it? Well, I forgot. It was, you know, reality is stranger than fiction. So you never know. Because sometimes you may think certain thing, and that's where it's crazy. Again, financially, I never would have thought some of this stuff. I never thought they would have capped oil. I never thought they would have done some of the things they did. It's like they could come up with, you know, anything. But, you know, America has had big changes. You know, it's like we like to say, you know, like it's a materialistic society. We're always going to be consumers, but like, you know, this was a nation that used to have just as many McDonald's. There would be a church right next to it. You know, this nation has also given up on a lot of things. Again, there's certain things we've loved, from styles to trends to beliefs, that here today, gone tomorrow. Don't ever underestimate how society could shift. Again, you look at what COVID did to everybody. You had you had attitudes shift overnight. I've seen people, they were never the same from COVID, not because of the virus, but just because of how everything played out. They you know, it sets you have different beliefs, attitudes, all of that. So you never know. Am I Keynesian or Austrian? I think a mix of both. I've been told I lean to the Austrian side. But at the same time, I'm like, bro, like John Locke shit. Like, I'm on just basic rationality and supply and demand to a degree, but a mix of both. I mean, I think, but I'm not really I'm a benefactor of modern monetary theory. Yes, I'm Egyptian economics, Habibi. But I do think modern monetary theory has problems. I don't think I would advocate it forever. I think MMT with a little bit of a twist, but at the same time, I'm kind of a fundamentalist in the sense that I like I said, like take me back to like John Locke, like again, property, rationality, how people behave and how it leads to business, you know, invisible hand, like that's what I'm on, more so than either or. But then again, I mean, the world has morphed into a very weird crony capitalistic MMT society that's quite fascinating, but we are where we are. I did read The Wealth of Nations. Very good. I think I'll read it to you, man. It's a good book, bro. I cannot find any real optimism in my soul after COVID. It's a fight, my brother. I've always, you know, peace does not come easy. Even though peace is peace, you have to fight for it. So it's, I don't know. That's what I was saying, you know, earlier. And I get people go through certain things. And like, I'm saying like, dude, I don't know how I sound to you some days, but like, you've got to hear a little bit about certain things. You know, I'll drop the comments when I can, but sometimes I can't even hold it back. But it's like, dude, you got to fight for it. So I feel, that's what I'm saying, though. I've seen a lot of people change in a lot of different times, but at the same time, you know, the mind is a very powerful thing. And yeah, the price of peace is struggle. Oof. Amen. OG Mandino. Yeah, you told me. I think I might have to read that. I might have to. And then you're coming up a little bit. Bonds went to the low again. Let's see. I bought another 30-year. I'm just going to keep flipping it at these levels. I'm telling you, I don't know. I like the bond market a little bit more, but then again, it's already down 2%. With my 30-year back and forth. I went long ZB, not short. So I'm just going to go for the ups. Because, again, I think you'll get a random pop, or the way I'm looking at it, it's either market drops and bonds are already dead, or market drops and then bonds catch a bid. But either way, it's down a lot, though. That's why I'm saying at least it could still get blown out even further, but it's just already on there. I'm back. Can you answer my question? What? I tried to answer your question in the morning. Was it the Zen thing, bro? And then you didn't answer me, and I don't know if you're like fucking with me or not. So you can email me, but I mean I'll try to answer it now. But like again, I'm gonna give up real easy if it's not, you know, if I can't tell like what the question is. When bonds go up, TLT goes down. TLT rise with bonds. I'll write it down. Yes, it's simple. TLT drops. That means the price of the bond is going lower, so the yield is going higher. TLT goes up, that's bullish. That means the price of the bonds are going up, meaning the yield is lower, which is good. So higher yields means TLT down. Lower yields means TLT goes up. Same thing with all of the bond ETFs. I keep missing the post. Well, I only have those two messages. So you said, can you answer the question? And then I keep missing the post. So I don't see the question there. Maybe it's not going through email, or you could try again, but I'm not seeing your question, unfortunately. The yield curve is inverted right now. Yeah. Or you could go on the Twitch and ask on the Twitch. That's a good, I forgot. I need to pin the Twitch. Because again, if you guys have any lagging issues, and we're streaming 2K, but the Twitch has been very, very solid. I've been very impressed with it. So that's if you lag or anything. You're too kind to haters. Not always, bro. I don't know. I'm kind. It's good to be back, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's good to be back. God is good, bro. Figure to the sky. I honestly, it's good to be back. Because I don't think I was too nice to haters, and I did let people, I did speak a little bit too much of my mind, spending energy in the wrong areas. So it's good to be back, bro. Honestly, I told you, man, I'm very, very peaceful. Right now too, and everything. I mean, God is in control. I don't worry about no man, woman. It don't matter, bro. That's it. And I'm just here to vibe. And I think, understanding what people are going through goes a very long way. And that's all it is. I mean, whether people got a problem with me, the markets, or anything, it's understanding has gone a long way. And I'm just grateful. But God is good, bro. That's what I say it is. And again, the fight for peace and everything. You gonna play right after the stream tonight? No, not after the stream. I got some work to do today. YouTube lurker since World War dropped. I enjoy Twitch. Let's go, baby. Yeah, you like decaffeinated, Josh. It's chill, man. Peace, bro. And I don't know, again, and I think I kind of hit a bottom where, again, just not too long ago, just more bad, some awful shit happened. And I was it got to the point where you're damn, bro. But somehow a lot of positivity emerged from it. And it allowed me to really that's it. I say it's in God's hands, man. It's very, very good. And I'm not talking financially, and that's what sucks because, we deal with this and, the stocks either make things better or worse. But like I'm saying, there's things more important in life, bro. It's wicked. It's wicked to think about. Am I starting to feel numb? No, I'm starting to feel joy. I'm starting to feel a lot of peace and a lot of I feel good about the future. And I know there's a plan, even if there's a lot of bad things. And I think it's amazing. And like I said, I'd rather work on my own peace and my relationship with God. And all I could do is love people. If I can't show love, I can't do anything else. And other than that, it's cool, man. And let it ride. ZB is the 30-year, yes. SRPT dying? Sounds like boomer to me. Maybe, man. SRPT down 3.7. Please know if anything we can do for you. I mean, it's very simple. I've said it, bro. I have had a lot of people I know die this year. I've had close family members die, and then I also have a lot of family members, legitimately immediate family that, they've been going through a lot of health issues. So even some of the days, bro, I'm helping them out with it. I'm doing my best, and it's really eye-opening. But at the same time, it's just that's what it is. So again, a lot of people, they tell me things about money, about this, about that. And even then, bro, straight up, I could get into a lot of arguments with people, but now I'm dude, I have so much other shit to worry about. You know what I'm saying? I would love to be angry at you. I'd love to fight about you over something, but dude, I have to worry about my family. I got other things that are just more important, and I would never wish what I have to deal with to anybody. And that's why I'm just saying, dude, and I hope you find your peace, man, and fight through it, and you will. And that's the thing where I'm wow, man, even in the midst of it, God is good, is what I believe, because I'm it has opened my eyes to a lot of things, and I'm very grateful for the development and where it will take me. And even then, though, too, it kind of opened my eyes up to, show love to people, man, especially while they're here and while you have the opportunity, because you never know what will happen. So, amen, bro. Absolutely. Yalla, man. That's why all the chats. You all go through stuff too, man. But let's go. Let's get it. That's it. You gonna fight for the peace. You gonna get it. No matter what, man. You'll get the answers later. Like I said, I don't have my answers yet, but I know they'll come. So amen. And now we got it. Now you got it. And then you got to deal with power, bro. So that's it. If you think life is going to have stressfulness, you got to still deal with pow. I know. It's crazy, man. You know, prayer. Yeah, man. I mean, just send prayers, bro. But that you guys did a lot, though. Trust me. A lot. I've already thanked you for the prayers. Believe me. Amen, bro. Like, for real. Amen, bro. Amen. So, but like at the same time, what you all could do for me, if you ever want to do anything, is like, I hope you're good, bro. You know what I'm saying? I would hate to have anything happen to any of you guys and deal with more stuff, you know? Where it's just like I'm saying, man, I want you guys working good, and I hope you get peace too, because that is the answer, you know, peace and love and filling up your heart with that joy and a positive attitude, my man. Like that's what I need right now, because I know that's going to take you to a good direction in all of us. And like I'm saying, I think that's the plan. So, yalla. Thank you, Josh. Of course. And thank you guys. No, you guys have been amazing. But moral of the story, bro. Just I ain't nobody got time to ban you or anything, but have love. I'm glad it's nicer. I hope you enjoy it, but get a damn long term. That's it, man. I think we could boil it down there too, because I don't know if you like nice Josh, mean Josh, whatever Josh it is, but get a long term Josh. That's what every Josh tells you. No, you know what I'm saying? Good Josh, happy Josh, sad Josh, don't matter. Just get a long term Josh. That's what he told you. So that's what it comes down to, baby. You're gonna change your name to long term. It's like, just give it like 30 days, bro. You gotta wait. Sit on it after the Rite Aid fiasco. You know, amen. Any good lease hacks for cars? The Benzes are getting the 7K thing. I saw a couple other. It's all EV. Nothing good on. I haven't checked though. I think Subarus and then the Audis. But the Audis, like, it kind of sucks because it's expensive. Audis still have decent deals, but Mercedes, they're bringing back the 7K EV credit. So if there's like pretty much you can get like an EQS for like 500. They can't give away the EVs. They really can't. It's crazy, dude. It's a government, bro. It's $7,000. You know that? So like you get like a $7,000 credit towards a lease or purchase, and it's just that's insane. But it's candy, bro. They're handing it out like candy. I'm surprised there's not more EVs, but then it makes sense why so many people have them. Like I'm down to get the Kia, bro. You could get that Kia for like $200, $250 a month. That's crazy. I don't think you could get brand new cars that cheap anymore. Oh, price, volume, float, Zen V, Zen P. Those are the numbers of the high of the day. Yeah, but where? So what are you talking? I can see your messages now, but I don't know. I see price, float, volume. Where? I don't see Zen. That sounds is that on TD Ameritrade? That sounds familiar when you say it all like that, but I don't know what that means. Most of the people buying brand new EVs don't need 7,000. Well, that's the whole point. Like, I wouldn't buy an EV. I would buy an EV if I wanted a cheap car right now. Like, sadly, if you wanted an affordable Kia, why wouldn't you just go get that Kia? Or affordable EV, I would get that Kia. I'd get the Hyundai. I would get anything for it because they're giving you a $7,000 credit. No, bro. I made the video. I'm telling you, I confirmed these. I did this a couple months ago. You know what I'm saying? Like I did this a couple months ago. Like it's literally like out the door, 0 down, confirmed, $250 a month. This is in California. California, I think maybe in Texas, but 0 down. It was $250 a month out the door, 10,000 miles a year. Just the EV for one of the Kia. It was the uglier one. No, not Telluride, just an EV. That's it. I did this deal on paper. I showed you guys. It's real. It's legit. I'm telling you, there's other ones that aren't legit, but like you guys kept telling me it's not real again, and I confirmed all of these. I called people. I got everything quoted on there. I showed you all of these are legit. Again, the promotions change every couple of months, but 3 months ago there was that EV promotion I was telling you about. It was a steal of a deal. I think the EV6 or the Ion. It was one of the ones. It was like the cheaper ones, but it's legit, bro. It's just simple. They're giving a $7,000 EV credit. If you have it as a promotion, they let you apply it to the lease. So that's $7,000 of lease payments reduced. It cuts your lease amount in half. So like if you wanted to lease a car with that MSRP, it would have been a lot more. They didn't stop it. It's like rolling pretty much. So like different dealers are offering it at different moments, different places. So like Mercedes had it for the first couple of months, then they got rid of it, and now Mercedes is bringing it back. I don't know where Hyundai and Kia are, but they all have it. It's just it's government. It's a $7,000 rebate that is applied to all EVs. At 5,000 EV in Colorado, yeah. If you could, then it might be even better. Colorado, if they have 12,000, it's better. It's on Lease Hacker, yeah. That's why every car on Lease Hacker right now is an EV, because that's the only deals people have right now. There's a couple of random cars here and there, non-EV. Like I'm saying, Audis, you could. I don't know if the promotion might have ended. I think that was only for Labor Day or whatever. But Audi, it used to be. You could have got a brand new A5 for $300 a month, which is like half of the amount if you wanted to finance that vehicle. Yeah, I got my car back. I'm touring the Hyundai next week at San Diego, baby. No drag racing, though. That's what they said. Apparently, I have a record for street racing in California. That's what I learned last week. So get the credit, buy the car, sell the car, put the government in the long term. You could, but why is anybody going to buy your car? You see, this is where welcome to Keynesian economics, I believe. Because why would anybody buy your car without the credit? You see what I'm saying? Because it's for brand new EVs. So if they go and you go and get the credit and then you try to relist it and you're like, I'll sell you this EV for full price with no EV credit. Why, they could just go to the dealership and buy one for $7,000 cheaper. So unfortunately, that would not work. And this is the same rationality why there is no bid on options out of the money at expiration. There's a used tax credit too. Is there? I don't think it's as much though, but I don't know if you get it buying secondary market. I think it has to be at the titling of the vehicle, but if there's used, that would make sense, but I don't know if it's the same. Yeah, that only works with things that people want to buy without incentive. Exactly. You sent a pic in a short video to my Snapchat. Bro, if I open this up and it's wild, I'm gonna laugh, but then I'm gonna ban you, okay? I'm just telling you now. I'm not going to open up this Snapchat to answer this question you've been on for all day, and I open this shit up and it's something wild, bro. Okay, what platform is that? Yeah, I don't know what platform you on. It looks like you got a level 2. Yeah, I see it, but ATR spread? Let me see. Average true range. So average true range, average true spread. So it's an average of the average. And then ZenP, I have no idea what ZenP. ATR is average true range formula. So there's an Investopedia on it. I'll put that there for you. But I don't look at that. Again, I think that you're getting really you're getting real crazy on, like, that's like the average of, like, the average VWAP. You're looking for a range of VWAP. It's just getting very statistical at that point. But I don't know what ZenP is. I've never, yeah, ZenP is not, ZenP ain't coming up, bro. Some technical analysis. Some of the chats, we got one technical chat, QE, he's like, ATR is good, but it is pretty, like, it seems pretty technical. There's some guy on YouTube, Scanner, I don't know, platform. Well, respectfully, you should probably ask him. Why the fuck would I know? He's like, yeah, some dude on, that's what I was like, I've never seen this shit in my life, bro. Unfortunately, I've never used ATR, no ZenP, bro. That's why I was like, I don't know, man. Even that platform, when I saw the picture, bro. But yeah, he might have the answer, but I know I don't have that one. Mm-hmm. Price action, yeah. I mean, average true range. I mean, you could always average everything, but, you know, volume weighted average is an average. So it's like the average of the average. It's the average range of the average. Yeah, ATR, I think you could eyeball it, though, too. Like, if you ever look, I don't do an average range, but on day trades, you'll watch me look at the top to bottom. That's I think the range. I don't think you need an average range, but if you see it, it's all info, but I think it's just deeply technical of what it is. I don't think it'll hurt you nor help. Just it all depends on how you use it. Moody's raises LATAM Airlines. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. God bless you. I will see you in the morning, and BRB.
There's audio out there in Detroit. David?
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so look, what Pete was saying is, you know, in addition to calling for a win-win, he was kind of using the UAW's own words. He was saying that there should be record compensation and record benefits, and that's exactly what Sean Fain's been saying all along, is that record profits equals record contracts. So you see the administration's language clearly pivoting toward the union, that they're going to be, they're on their side, and Biden needs that because you have Trump in Michigan campaigning for union votes, and a lot of union members do actually vote Trump, and the Democrats are going to try to steal them back. Workers have traditionally voted for Democratic candidates, and you know, you could really look at this week as being a precursor to the 2024 election, assuming Trump gets the nomination, and most think he will. So you've got the two likely candidates here fighting for union votes on picket lines or during a strike right here in town.
Well, David, that's what I want to talk about. Clearly, you've seen the Biden administration, some of these Democratic politicians lining up behind the unions. What have we seen from the Republican side?
Look, some of the other Republican candidates have not been so friendly to the union. You've had them saying things like, they should be replaced if they're on strike. Others have sort of said, they feel sympathetic with the workers, but they've only used that to say that Biden's electric vehicle agenda is costing them jobs. So it's, the Republicans, including Trump himself, are pivoting this toward, hey, the union is really striking here because they're worried about losing jobs, and they're worried about losing jobs because of electric vehicles that Joe Biden is ushering in with billions of dollars. It hasn't really been, hey, we're sympathetic toward the worker, which is the message the Democrats are trying to win votes with, and that's what Biden will likely be saying once he's here.
All right, David, really appreciate your time and your reporting. Our thanks to Bloomberg Detroit Bureau Chief David Welch. And Romaine, it's really interesting to see this become a political issue and see how the different sides are trying to handle it.
Yeah, we kind of knew it would at some point here. And of course, it really dovetails considering sort of what drove the last couple of elections. We know that Michigan has been a swing state. Obviously, some of these other manufacturing states like Ohio have been critical, and Pennsylvania have been critical to the election of who becomes president. So it makes sense that the two leading candidates would want to sort of court those voters. And I think we talked about this last week. At least if you believe some of the polling, it seems like the rank and file is maybe a little bit more amenable to some of the language coming out of Trump, while the leadership seems to be more amenable to what they're hearing out of Biden.
Yeah, an interesting split there. And just when we think about the position that the Democrats are in right now, you remember when we had the rail unions and a potential strike there. It was pretty awkward for the Democrats trying to maybe enforce.
The government controlled it. Oh, yes. Wait, hold on, hold on.
There were a lot of folks that were part of that union who basically felt that, well, he didn't really stand up for them, at least not to the extent that they wanted him to. So it's a tough situation. It'll be interesting to see whether, if this does drag out, does it force his hand to intervene and then once again maybe have to upset some of the potential voter base that he needs.
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating couple of weeks. And sticking with the government, stay with us because coming up, we're going to have the latest on the potential for a U.S.
I have a sneeze coming, man. It won't come out. But I have something better. I have something better, baby. Chatadonia. What, you think we're going to have all these talks? We're going to just see? I don't know. Maybe you want the market to go up. I don't know what you're looking for, man. But I got to start off this Monday with the philo. I got a little one, man. And honestly, it's funny because, you could even see yesterday's watch list. I gave you a little bit at the end, just a little bit. But, we had some talks here today, and I want to give you a phrase, and I want to just remind you of something. And I want to remind you of a great philo that I know a lot of you have heard, and if not, I'm very glad to share this with you. Now, like I've said all day, man, for real, if you haven't taken the time to understand what we do, why we do it, I understand that completely. I mean, why should you, especially if you just got here? But, I want to encourage a lot of people and take a look around everywhere, not even just the stream. I think people need it. You know what I'm saying? And it's that's all. I don't care what you believe, what you're going through. I'm always willing to share with you where I came to my conclusion. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I really hope these lessons can give you something to have a productive and positive, peaceful life, my brother, okay? So that being said, this is the philo today. You've already heard it. Are you ready? Super simple. Let the good and bad grow at the same time. Separate them later. I don't know if you feel me, Chad. The good and bad will grow at the same time. Your job is to separate them after. If you have a field and somebody plants a bunch of weeds in your field, and the moment you see a weed, You try to pull out the weed, guess what? Yeah, your wheat is going with it. You planted wheat, there's a weed. You try to pull the weed out, the wheat is coming with it. So I've given this lesson before. It's an age-old lesson, some would say. And it's so key. I'm going to give you one phrase that you need to remember. It's very simple. Don't matter. The weeds cannot kill the seed. Very simple. I don't care how tall the weeds grow. Sometimes the weeds of life will grow very, very high. And you're like, well, I can't see anything good in these weeds. But I hope you know, factually speaking, the weeds cannot kill the seed. So don't worry about it. The job is you have to manage and let both of them grow at the same time. And then once the plant's ready, we're going to separate the plant from the weed. The bad will be separated from the good. But this, I don't know if you've heard everything. You know, someone's like, did you get philo early? No. And I was talking about a lot, and I keep telling you guys. Certain things have happened where I'm like, I don't know why. I can't, bro. If you don't think with how many questions you watch me ask about people, politicians, the world, the economy, bonds, you don't think I'm sitting here and something happened. You don't think I'm going to ask God why? I don't know the answer yet, but I still have a certain attitude. You know why? Because you let the good and bad grow at the same time. You separate it afterwards. So this is an age-old lesson. We've gone over it, but I think this is a good one. And if I could leave you with a Post-it note, you should write it down and put it on your screen or something, bro. The weeds cannot kill the seed. And I don't know if you get the visual, if you could see it, but that's something that's going to be important. I don't know what that says about what you go through, how you view it mentally, but it's just like, I don't care if you see a lot of weeds, and I know what it's like, but the truth is it will not kill the seed. And it's not like we are going to not do anything about the weeds. But if you try to move them around, you know, it's like, I only want the plant. I don't want to deal with the weeds. Sometimes you will risk the plant. So the idea here is let the good and bad grow. Even if you don't have an answer now, great. You will. I hope you get this. Whatever you don't understand now, good. Take it. I'm with you, brother. But that means something is growing, good and bad. But we will not know until we are able to separate. So don't mess it up in the meantime by trying to only get rid of the weeds. Or I'm like, oh man, we got to do this. Maybe if I separate. No. Let them both grow at the same time. And let it separate. You're going to do that separating. Whatever you're dealing with, the weeds in life, again, you may see a lot of weeds, a lot of problems. It does not overshadow the good in your life. It does not mean the good has gone away. All it means is that you are going to have to separate them at a later date. And then you're going to see the good, and then you will see the bad, but the bad will not be getting in the way of the good. So we could talk about this for days. I might give you another one on this. You could find the old philo, but it's simple. The good and bad grow at the same time. Separate them later. The weeds can never kill the seed unless you pull them out. So, Chad, I hope you enjoy it. I hope you like it. Take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Here on mobile, press hide chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scrape Large Boat Camp and Real Estate Course. That's your philo, baby. That's your philo. Let me give him some uncle. So let me give you some uncle. It plays so much better on Spotify, bro. It's insane. Anyways.
Depot on the
Take
It's a coat, baby.
Let it grow, baby.
Yeah, Boston Cribs, they said it crash. I kept the band, so Lambo cash. I kept it cool, was move fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math. I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up, you pulling that. I double down, then double day. I changed the plan, I'm full with that. Nah, this should be your motivation. Balance, growth, and values. I ain't talking about it. Stop rotation. Price is going up, but that ego also got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Take it, fuck complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place. And when it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary and that's the fucking getting it, bro. Please don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we's broke. I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we saw. Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24. So use it wisely, it's surprising how much time to waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg, I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options, I'm Giannis. Feel like Jokic with deposits, I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser, I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I eat it if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite today, yes before a favor. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop the thought of faking, thought I told you when I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say it. They can't do it how I done it, they still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I short the top, then fight again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love the spin. They love the rest, love photo hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't need the shit, been with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1,000,000, I gave all of it. Y'all play the kid, I ain't faking shit. I'm claiming shit, I called that, I made the grip. It fall off, but I can slip if I stop now, still leaving rich.
So that's Uncle. That's Uncle. You get post philo Uncle, and now this one's me. You get it Wednesday night, Thursday, baby. God bless you.
DJ Angel on the track.
Don't worry, I'm still here though. I'll give you verse number 1. But we back, baby. God bless you. Happy Monday. SPY's still up. So is the NASDAQ and the Russell. Oh my goodness.
Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her why they driving in the slow lane if they ain't going slow, man. I used to say the same thing when they was slow up in the fast lane. Now with Kia tryna pass me, thinking Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got roadway. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpooling's faster, hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California.
No, that's it. That's it. It comes out 2 days, bro. Wednesday, Thursday, you'll get it. I know people still think it's me that on both. That's why, if you haven't realized why I've given up trying to correct people on the Uncle side, I've given up now. Because, like, even if I put out my own song, they like, so which one? I'm like, man, this is crazy. The Prius wouldn't let me merge. It's facts, bro. It's facts. California, you gotta wait. I gotta leave you something for the release, bro. You know, the quote. Are you talking about that the weeds could never kill the seed? Just, I want you to imagine a field with a bunch of wheat and plants that are good and needed, right? But now I want you to imagine a bunch of wheat or a bunch of weed, not like the one you smoke, but like weeds growing all above the plants. Have you ever had, like, I might have a picture. I've done so much real estate that I envision this as a distressed property backyard. but with good plants. But all you see is like 6 foot high weed. Have you ever seen a 6 foot high weed? I have legitimately walked into a backyard before and I have seen a weed taller than me. I know it sounds wild, but then again, I'm not that tall. So it's like, I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. But it's like that type of visual is where it's saying, even though there is a weed, it can't kill the seed. The only way you kill the seed is if you rip it out. You pull it out. The weed cannot stop a seed from growing. But the point is, though, you could have the weeds and there is still some good seed underneath or in there, even right next to it. Well, you just may not see it. But just know the weeds don't kill the seed. That's just the fact. Yeah, and Prius is crazy. Trump just bought a Glock? What? Is this a song? Is this... What? I'm confused. UCBI Pack W on the high. I have Alcoa. I think I meant Apple. Regionals are running up, man. The whole market just been lifting here. So not doing too bad. President Trump purchases a Glock in South Carolina. Are you kidding me? Am I going to get banned for this? Ah, fuck.
Can I get one more picture with the president? Go ahead. It's right here. I just want.
Go ahead. I would love to make a purchase. Don't point it at me. Thumbs up. Look at that smile.
Hey, let me hear a minute. Y'all look so
Wow,
good.
this looks like me standing next to anybody. I feel like he's my height or Trump is power forward.
You got it. And
It's
hey,
crazy.
one more time. With Julian, hey, the Attorney General, jump in. Come on, Attorney General. You look good. Hey, you have the we saw this is tons of them. Is it
Good, very good.
fantastic. A huge.
Does he buy it or is he just like, what do you mean? How do I load it? How do I how do I make it go boom?
Oh, hey, this is
How do you make it pop? Here, another smile. Good. 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 How come I'm the only one with hair out of everybody? Oh, mine is a toupee. I might get a toupee though. I see it though. You see what I'm saying? It makes sense. Like Trump, me and Trump though, like low key, I think Trump vibes with me on the sense that Trump was just like, I ain't never doing the hair surgery, but he's like, I'll wear a hat that look like hair. Does that make sense? I'm down, like, that's it. Like, I don't know. I don't want the surgery because, like, it would change my life in a, you know what I'm saying? I could look like some of y'all looking all brand new, but, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll just wear a hat that look like hair. You know, I got curly hair, but it's on the sides. I don't know if you're familiar with Middle Eastern culture. It's called the Middle Eastern mullet, where I get the hair, it grows on the sides and the back, but up top it turns into a horseshoe, and we lose it. But I could probably get behind the toupee later in life. I could see why. Again, I think Trump had the same dilemma that I did. You're gonna go full Tate, bro. My mom told me to go full Tate. She doesn't even know who Andrew Tate is, but she was like, "You should go bald. Just go shave all of it." I'm like, "Mom, you have good head shape, like Pharaoh." I was like, I'm like, I don't disagree with you, but this is no, man. I'm close to do it. It's way better. I've honestly, I have a lot of friends who have they went full Tate before Andrew Tate existed. So a lot of my homies, they went full Tate like that. I don't know. I'm the only one, I guess, who's still like just fighting it out with no dignity, because I have no shame about it. But at the same time, it's common. I've heard a lot of guys just going full Tate, and they've been loving it. So, but I don't know. My bro-in-law got the hair tat over his head. I've heard of those too. That'd be for the lineup. Like if I ever that would work for me if I ever wanted to go flat. But even then, like I don't know. Like, Trump figured it out, though. Like, why not just wear a hat that looks like hair? A toupee. I get it now. I used to think toupees were weird, but it makes a little more. It's just it's non-permanent. You could take it off when you go home. Like, that's it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like you could always go back from it. You'll get dunked on with a toupee. That's funny. Just I love after playing so much 2K, you'll get dunked on. I'm kind of nervous. Yeah. Yeah, like Biden has dentures. I feel Biden has dentures. Trump have a toupee. I'm down. Why do you not want this surgery? I've never been a fan of like cutting open my body to be beautiful. Because I already think I'm a nice level of average with a great personality. And, the numbers game has never failed me. So at the same time, and I got a beautiful, loving girlfriend who y'all are telling me to marry. But I've just never I hesitated to even get a hernia surgery. But I don't know. I'm not a fan of it. Not a fan of it. Yeah, bonds are coming. I think I'm down 150 on them. From that play, we made 60 on the first one. I was up like $50 or 30 for a little bit. But we'll see. Not having to wash hair, though, yeah, the taste, I feel, though, like nothing, too. It just... My stance on steroids, I mean, if you're really that not content, like, you know what I'm saying? If you don't mind, other health consequences and smaller balls, I mean, be my guest. That's up to you. I wanted to do it for a little bit when I was like getting really, really swole, but now look at me. I'm working out without even caffeine. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. So the hair shit, I don't want to be out for it, man. I don't want to cut my head open and nah. I'm out. I'm good. Give me a toupee, bro. Give me a toupee. You're more aerodynamic when bald. You married a bald guy, it kind of gives off bad boy vibes, but he's the exact opposite. And then they don't use their expensive shampoo and conditioner anymore. Oh, that I could see that. Yeah, man, we'll see the full take. I mean, there's a lot of positive reviews. A lot of guys like it so far. But I think me and Donald Trump, that will be the thing we share. I might get a toupee. That's it. I'm going to just get me a toupee. Can I get a weave? No, I don't know. Are they the same? Or I don't know if it's different, but maybe I'll just get a weave. Am I going to see Dumb Money? People have been asking me that for a long time. I don't know if it's even out yet, so we'll find out. Have you tried the oils? I've tried everything, but you'll do it for a couple months and it will all work. But then it's just a matter of if you want to keep doing it. That's it. It works for Trump because it's an iconic hairstyle. I think you should go, but what do you mean? What if I just copied him? What the fuck? Why you got to discriminate me like that? He's like, listen, man, only Trump got away with it because it's iconic. So even if you did the same iconic hairstyle, it does not apply to you. What the fuck? How did y'all, what? Man, I'm just trying to age with grace, bro. Age with grace. It's not iconic for anyone else. Oh, man. Okay, you got a point. It's part of his identity. Trump does not look good, dude. I mean, listen, surprisingly, we came this far in the conversation without discussing how good it looks. I was just saying a hat that looks like hair might be more preferential to surgery. You've seen whack toupees in the gym. Damn, I've never seen a toupee in real life, I don't think. Or maybe that's why I want one, because I couldn't tell. I didn't want a toupee up until 5 minutes ago watching that video. So it's not like this was a deep thought, just to give you a little more context. Mm-hmm. Think long term. Nah, man. I can't wait to be old. You know, once I'm fully a boomer, I'll brace it. Bonds are dying now, though. Hold on. So 30-year, even though the market's kind of moving, maybe market goes up, but this might start to drag us here. But yeah, 30's fallen a little bit. A 20-year always higher. Well, they're lower now, but they should always be higher. But the problem is short-term rates are already up. So what's happening is that people are, you know, when the rates on the short end went up because of the Fed, they doubted that the 10, 30 years it would actually be that high. But as they start to believe it more and more, those longer rates are trying to catch up now to where the interest rates have been set by the Fed. But yeah, that's the thing, though. They even broke 115, though. That was the key. That's where I went for the play right here, but you broke below 115 already. I don't know if it's the beginning of the correlation yet, but I think, honestly, we need to normalize. Policy needs to normalize, I think, before you watch that come back to normal. Put me on game. Mikey, you like my chest hair? I could put some on top, man. No, I just got really stupid hair growth. Like even my beard, bro. Like my beard grows in beautifully now. But now I have less hair on my head. It's weird, bro. So I got chest hair, but I don't got top hair on my head. It's crazy. So my ZT. I covered my bond short, and then I flipped. I was trying to flip the bottom. I thought that bonds were going to stay in a range, but I said I'm not going to hold any plays overnight, but I'm down to just flip the bonds back and forth. Mm-hmm. Okay, Mikey. Oh, Mikey, were you in the gym all weekend? Mikey keeps getting better and better, though, at 2K. It's weird. And then Charlie just emailed me a video of hair replacement, non-surgery. This is getting crazy, guys. I told you. That's a toupee, bro. Got your weight bench back. Reminds you of the preseason. You getting good workouts in? I hope, man. We're going to get a good workout today. And then we're going to, we will be live at 5, 6, or 7 p.m. in between. Whether I get earlier or later, I don't know. But if you guys are on the Twitch, make sure you follow there. Set your alerts. We'll be up. And then we'll even see. I don't think anything happens overnight tonight. I do think Europe might pop off when you get ECB lane. Yeah, Europe's going to be Wednesday morning. And then tomorrow you'll just get real estate data. And then Richmond Fed, Dallas Fed. And then 30 years getting blown out, though. Now, that's crazy. Even lower than earlier. Dollar is starting to climb. That could be the bonds low, dollar up. SPY still at the danger level. So we'll see. And then what time is it? About to be 3? Oh, 15 minutes till power hour. That's crazy. The yield's getting blown out. It is, considering how calm everything, but that's what I'm saying. It's a matter of time. Either something happens or everything pulls back. And just remember, though, seasonally, this is the worst time. Any tips for anxiety? Focus on yourself and having fun and, and focus on the moment rather than other people and how they view you in the moment. Work out too. Xanax? Nah, bro. I don't get how... I honestly do not understand how Xanax was ever used to actually treat anything. And it sucks because I know people who, they really get panic attacks and it helps them. But I don't know, bro. You going Xanax, you're not going to remember anything the next day, bro. Okay, just hit up the gym or something. I don't know, bro. But, because sometimes it's just, I don't do Xannies. That's crazy, bro. I maybe, to sleep, but I don't know. I've seen people, take a Xanax and go to a meeting, and I'm like, are you going to remember that? Are you, that's crazy. But if you have really bad panic attacks, you should go see somebody. But other than that, like I'm saying, I think just a lot of peace and joy could go a long way with anxiety too. Anxiety, stop living your life how the outside world sees to live your life and live it only for you, accept you, and cut off others who don't accept you. I mean, it sounds pretty extreme, but I agree. I can't say I've done something different, but it is very extreme, but to a degree that does help. Yeah. Meditation, prayer, again, exercise too. You guys know that, right? It's just exercise is good for your body, dopamine levels for even depression. Exercise is one of the best things you can do. Yeah, live your life for God or for good. Don't live it for yourself. I think that would be the caveat I would attach to that. But I do like the thing where, you have to, at the same time, a lot of anxiety is if you're viewing others and how that creates something with you. So, you got to have some bigger focus, and at the same time, focus on the pleasure and enjoyment of your life that you're getting from that rather than, again, anybody watching you in your moment, because at the end of the day, they just watching you in your moment. So, amen. Anxiety is fear. Fear is not real. I'm a big no fear guy, baby. I'm working out now. It's beautiful. Well, the bonds are already breaking. That's it. If you today, I don't think too many people thought this was going to happen today, but the banks or the bonds are already clapped, kind of. But you're back above 4.5. So now the issue right now with bonds is that the 10-year goes to 4.7. Again, if you remember this is all throughout the year. We've talked about this. We said, what's the problem if you break 3.75? Remember, it goes to 3.75, gets to 4, comes down for a couple months. Next time you break it, it's going to 4. Goes up to 4, it's going to go to 4.25, and then it hits 4, comes down, there's SVB. You do the whole thing again. You get up to 4, chill. Next time it breaks 4, you're instantly at 4.25. One couple weeks later, you're already there. It's so give it timing, but it's going to start doing that. But now we're at 4.5. So what's the next level now? You tell me. 10-year is at 4.53. Everybody in the world now just got an idea. Where are bond rates going to go on the 10-year? Come on, let's see if you learned anything. Right now, today, it wasn't like that the other day. We were right below it. But now, boom, you go above the level. Now what are we talking about? There you go. Now we're talking 4.75 minimum, and astutely so, you guys are already saying 5 exactly. Once we break now 4.5, next stop 475 minimum or 5, and then again we're going to go a quarter to a half at a time. That's just how it has done over the last several decades at these levels. Again, last time at 4.5, you quickly hit 4.75 in 07, 06, and then boom, you're at 5, even a little higher. Again, all throughout the years, this is what happens. And then all of these levels, anytime you reject 4, you die and you never get above it. So once we start looking over the edge, if it doesn't give back, but now, some of the narrative moving forward is it's on the table. That's all it is. It wasn't on the table there, but it's we don't know the breaking point because it's different this time, right? That's where everyone says it's different. I agree with you, but that just applies to when this shit causes a break. We can't say it's just a arbiter or a random number, an arbitrary number. It wouldn't work. So it just, at this point though, it's just knowing what's on the table. So it's like, okay, it's already spooky for rates because they're going up, but now, 4.5 is on the table, but that means 4.75, 5, they are right around the corner. And that's where you got to ask yourself, how would you handle that risk? How would markets, how would you and everybody else in the world? Pinduoduo's on the high. Already coming up. Market's not coming down because it already came down, and you're a couple minutes from going down if that's what you really wanted. So just don't forget, this is how we got here. We didn't just wake up here this morning. It's been several consecutive down days, and we are entering the seasonally worst time of the year for the market, meaning these last couple of days of September are the worst. This is where the carnage happens seasonally. When everyone's like, oh, September's going to be bad, it happens in this week, this final week. And then October brings about something good, believe it or not. So I'm telling you now so you don't feel like you're getting flip-flopped on. You know what I'm saying? It's just like next 10 days have a promise of bad. And then after that, there's a promise of good if you want to interpret it simply. But in the meantime, we're already moving a lot here. So with how the market's responding to yields, they're kind of responding on a day-to-day basis, but also taking turns where one of them runs, the other doesn't. The market moves, bonds don't, and so on and so forth. Nothing's ever promised tomorrow today. Do, and I heard her say, nothing's ever promised tomorrow today. Let me honest, babe. Something breaks, do yields get clapped? For a little bit, but if some things really get clapped, then the people are going to buy up the bonds. No reason not to. So like another bank failure, they're going to buy the bonds. Again, China collapse, like real collapse, they're going to buy the bonds. At most event, it would have to be a problem. But if you haven't noticed, all the bad things in the market right now, the Powell has convinced you they are not a big problem, so the bonds will not react to them. So you need something really turning for people to justify buying the bonds here, especially as now, a quarter to a half a basis point higher are already on the table. Hey, mama, I was getting so loud for you, because I was so proud of you. And that's one of the best, bro. It's one of the best. CVS has corporate workers to help ease COVID shot demand crunch. ARM, are they running? I put ART. Yeah, ARM actually woke up here. And CART off the bottom, 29, came below IPO. All right, you're going a little lower. Bonds too, so I think I'm already clapped on that. So I could have either made money on the short, but I'm down 250 on the flip, the second flip of the day. I'm not going to hold it till the end, though. We'll see. Regionals, if the rates go up, I was assuming regionals would die with shorter term rates going higher. Now the bonds are blowing out. That's hurting them. But I think the real threat to regionals is if Powell raises again. The short term interest rate mixed with higher rates going up hurts them, because even then, when you jack up the short term interest rate, even if you want to bail them out, it's going to be expensive for them. That was the paradox. You guys got to realize the BTFP, it was good in the sense that it helped everybody not blow up, but the BTFP was bad that it came with a 5% price target or cost. So anybody utilizing those funds from the BTFP, they have to pay a high level of interest on it. TLT new lows means that the longest end interest rates are going higher right now. It's like your 30-year bond pretty much. Was that good for stocks? It depends. But in general, it just means with interest rates, it's a big focus. And with them moving up right now, the movement higher or lower, it has a lot of people reacting or anticipating what is going to happen next. Yeah, VZ, Walgreens, MO. Keep in mind ex-divvies too. The bonds can break something, but where they break something is kind of elusive. We were just saying it's kind of hard to tell exactly where that would be, but that's why we are so fixated on the movements here now that they're breaking past, a very historical level that they haven't been to in a minute or decades. Make cards to pass out when people ask about the stock market. I mean, if you're going to do it, I'll get you them. I'll get you. If you're going to do it, you can't hold back. You're like, I have to buy these cards. I'll get them for you. I got you. If that's the case, I feel. The normal median, I don't know, actually. I think 4%. I think historically, I wanted maybe higher. I think maybe even like 6% might be a like throughout history. But if you take it on the last 10 years, it's like 2%, 4% for sure. But the historical one, you need a lot of data for that. We get bank failures, they will be less likely to bail them out. Well, yeah, at that point, it will still be available, but sadly, the tinfoil is going to run wild, because all it means is that the smaller regional banks are going to be more vulnerable, right? Because the big banks, if you're going to give them free money to bail them out on bad loans, just for liquidity, they could afford 6, 7, 8%, right? But the banks who are now like dwindling on deposits, have less money, already been worked a little bit, you know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, they need $15, $20 billion to survive or something, and now they have to pay 6% on that coupon or the rate for it, and then they're only getting 5%, 4% from their deposits that are going down. Even if they get the facility. So yeah, it sucks because it'll kill the smaller banks, but it eventually, the more bigger and insulated you are, they're not going to really care about it. Sad part will be with regionals fail. They let mom and pop over 250 lose the extra K. That would be bad, but I don't think they would. It would be political suicide. That's it, because then that means both Powell, even, again, SVB was under the Democrats. It would be awful if you sent the message that, again, Janet Yellen, that 250 and K would be insured. Remember, they were talking about raising the limits. If they went ahead and they eventually let those people fail, oh my gosh, it would not. It would be political suicide. They won't let banks fail, nor will they let the 250 FDIC. If they do, that's it. Whoever is responsible will never have a chance in politics for at least 10 years. They're going down. Tesla starting to move now. Amazon's holding up great. Nvidia's even dropping. So chip makers are holding up a little better earlier. Again, Qualcomm 109. Is your breakup affecting your job? Why does Chase fail? Is there a Fed speaker right now? I don't have any headlines, but you guys know we have Powell on Thursday or Wednesday. So by the time you get F350, you also get Powell. He's going to be talking again. SPY is coming down here, though. You are breaking VWAP. Wait a minute. Oh, dude, did we just get lulled into the drop? Yeah, hold on. Bro, this is the lowest you've been. This now that long that we took in the morning off of that data, that's literally, you would have been negative if you held to this time now. That's actually crazy. So again, you're going lower now. You are back below the gap. S&P is red now. NASDAQ is red. Dow has been red. And then Russell is still holding on. I think regionals are actually helping it out a little bit, which is crazy. That long worked out. Again, we got out quickly. You would have made a little bit more. You made money fast on it, but this is now where I got in pretty much. I think it's like 436 on the ES futures. MACD negative. I was just looking for the levels here. That's why I had it up. It's weird. SPX looks a lot less. SPY looks a lot better than the SPX. Maybe I'm tripping. Yeah, I got to look at it fully zoomed out. But still near the low. This is ugly, man, even for September. If we close red, that's not a good sign. It's power hour, but I've been saying it all morning. A red close, I think that's going to be a little bit, especially with bond rates. It's just down Friday, down Monday. It's been a while. I've been looking for it. Every day it's been bad or good, but then we have one of those green Mondays, So just like down Friday, down Monday, it has not materialized for a minute. There's the volume. I haven't looked. I think it was pretty decent, but I don't think it's going to be a big effect. It should be lower. Yeah, there's a big Jewish holiday today. So, there's a lot of people not doing anything, especially in financial markets. But the volume is actually substantially lower today. Like you're at 47 million. I would blame the holiday. And then we see what happens from there. Yeah, volume. It is low volume, though. Kind of tripping on that. No stock. I'm in the bonds. Again, I'm going to try to close those out before the bell. I already closed out another play. Did not make any equity positions, though. And I'm glad. I don't think there was anything we missed out on. There was like one little small runner today, but that was it. And then where's even energy? I am also considering. And then SPY might go a little lower there. Wheat's already went up. That's 1%. Microsoft into the low. Oh, the UUUs went up. Am I Jewish? No. But a lot of my friends are, and they argue that I am. It's a very weird dynamic. But I have a lot of good friends, and I lived in LA for a while, and I got to learn about, was it Saturdays in Beverly Hills? That was a surpriser the first time I was out there. But it's big. I mean, again, like if you're in LA, like Jewish holidays, like low key, you will notice it. It will rule the world out there. So it's definitely, I'm familiar with all the holidays up here. Like I said, got a lot of good friends, and now they even put us on. What do they say? Sell in when do you buy, and then sell on Rosh Hashanah? Buy Yom Kippur, sell Rosh Hashanah. I can't believe I've never heard that. I've never heard that one though till today. Average down on the market. Well, we're going lower. Let's see. This close. No red. That's all. You do not want a red. You do not want the red. That's it. We close red. Very interesting dynamic. We close green. Same Monday as the last 6. Hopefully we close out the rest of the week without getting too crazy. Good night. Happy trading. Good night, my friend. Enjoy the rest. Adidas fell off because they ain't got yay. But was that a real Kanye verse or was that AI? Because I thought it was AI. And then even, Apple's even about to go negative. Man, so SPY is just slowly giving all of that up. That's unfortunate. Where is it? Oh, they might match up here. Either bonds get a bounce here, or SPY just drops and matches up. It was AI, yeah. I know, I liked it, but I was like, it's not Kanye, though. Because it was good rapping, but then I was like, that's not Kanye. Kanye, that's what makes Kanye a genius, because he'll just say lines nobody will think of. And then he says, he'll bully the beat. He'll just come in and just say it, too. It's not, I don't know, man. It's wild, but I like that song. But I was like, man, it ain't Kanye. You played 2K. You've improved your game significantly. I'm locking boys down. That's good. It just took 1 week of streaming with Josh bullying you, telling you to play defense and get rebounds. Again, you may have not liked me in the moment, but I made you a better player. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So I apologize for any of Coach Yosh's actions, but, I'm proud of you. That's it. It took Mikey 3 games. He was hitting every three-pointer afterwards. Mikey was like, I'm not going through that again. Now Mikey hits. That's all I'm saying. Oh, rebound. I don't know. I owe Mosby. I don't know how many rebounds he got that. Yeah, I'll pay him, though. I said I'll give him $1 a rebound. I'm going to incentivize it with real money so we can make sure we don't lose. I literally offered him $1 a rebound USD. Because last time we got out-rebounded like 50-10 or something. So I was like, bro, I'll pay if you could box out, man, please. Michael don't like to be called Mikey. Nah, Mikey, his name is Mikey, bro. It says Mikey on the thing. I'm just reading his gamer tag. Go through it, we all do. Costco's on the low? Yeah, Costco's dumb, but I don't know where the rest of the consumer stocks are at. No, there's nothing. Nothing on. They have earnings? Hold on. Let me check. Hold on. But yeah, I don't know. I think today, 6, maybe 5. Again, if I could get this earlier, but I don't know. My range today for streaming is going to be between 5 and 7 p.m. So you're either there or not. What is it, Costco? Tomorrow's Chad saying, yeah. Event schedule, September 26th. Yeah, but here's the thing. Costco, you already know their earnings. So it's like they do it like a week or two before. They give that like same store sales update. You know what I'm saying? So keep that in mind. Wait, you realized I didn't even have a green window? And you adjusted the shot stability of your jump? Mikey just got better than me. Because I don't know what the hell he is talking about, bro. You better show me that shit. The hell? That's what I'm telling you. I left Mikey alone for 3 days, and this guy he just became an all-star. Yeah, membership numbers are the only surprises there for Costco. So keep in mind, if you want to, they do have earnings tomorrow after hours. If you do want to play them, keep in mind, everything else here. Like, you're going to have to deal with the past earnings or that thing 2 weeks ago, and you'll be good to go. Costco mango. I did have it, bro. No, it's good. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It tastes like a mango puree, but it wasn't. I have had it already. I have had. Costco has a new mango smoothie, if you didn't know. The weekend Costco sales were good. Well, you could check. So the company puts it out. That's all I'm saying. Like, that's it. Like, you can, where was it? If you go and just go back to their filings, I could pull it up now. It will say, like mid-something update. And all you have to do is look at those numbers. Like Positive said, there's only like membership numbers could surprise, maybe the margins on the growth, but most of it, everybody is aware. That's why like Costco earnings don't really hit. If you go and look at like Costco's chart, you're not going to find a history of like giant earnings moves. Like there was here in 2022, but even then, most of these it's like before. It's like you move more on the other update. Got giant tubes of Voltaren for what's Voltaren? I don't know what that is. Yeah, Voltron? What is that? That's for arthritis. Oh, I've seen this shit. Yeah. It's like, is it like Tiger Balm? Oh, bro, they have everything. The medical section there, bro, it's popping. At Costco. New Age Bengay. Isn't that like Tiger's Balm? Oh, bro, I'll just tell you this, bro. Did I tell you guys this story? I don't know if I told you this. But listen, don't ever use Tiger's Balm for a groin injury. I found out the hard way. Worst experience of my life. Okay? I'm just telling you now, bro. Even then, bro, like if you ever apply Tiger's Balm, like just wash your hands and like don't touch any. I didn't know, bro. I didn't think. Whoa. You're going vertical right now. Hold up. Dang. You're getting a little pop up here out of nowhere. Bonds need to catch up with it, though. It's like TLT and the Spy. They were about to match up. 3 candles up. I'm not seeing headlines. Again, earlier you did pop from here off the headline, but I'm not seeing anything. And then you have 43 minutes left. You got tricked in a football practice. Oh, really? No, I just did it by being an idiot. I was just in a lot of pain. And then I didn't realize what happened until it was too late. The volume was pretty. It's still low, though. We're going to find out. I think this power hour, we're going to see all the action. But we're chilling at 50 million. This was as much volume as we had, what? I think that was the last Monday. Even last Monday was a low volume day. Oil in a week or two, it's the same thing as bonds. It's either going to become the most important thing or not. So oil, you should watch it because it's close to 100. If it gets up to 100, oil is going to become the most important factor in financial markets. And I'm sure the bond yields will already be high by then too, which they are. But if oil can't, if let's say this little run, let's say it can't get to 100 and hold, then oil is just going to go back to being a kitty cat. And then everyone's just going to call it a blip, maybe get a little celebration, and then that will be your second or end of the year, rally up there. I do think the holiday has to do with volume being a little lower today. So that's happened, but I don't think it's going to be anything too crazy. And then also too, overseas, it's not like we had news over the weekend that got anybody on top of the holiday, got anybody willing to oh yeah, we should do something. That's why lack of demand is a reason why they're saying even the treasuries are getting killed so much right now. You think Bears got liquidated right there? No, I don't think that much is happening. I don't think today's causing that. A lot of people are looking at bonds. I think it has the potential to freak people out, but for the most part, it's there. It's I think we're chilling. And then TLT, I was telling you guys, literally right before Powell and last week, I closed out a bond play, and I said, that's it. Oil was what we needed. That it snitched on everything. And we just, rates are going to go higher. I'm not scared TLT is going lower. Don't ever forget, fear correlates with TLT going higher. So maybe, again, I've been saying it for a long time. I don't know how stocks are going to hold up with high rates, but it doesn't scare me as much as it would be if it was lower. But it's just saying there's something happening here with bonds, but it's all part of the story we've been looking at. The currencies are at a level, the bonds are at a level, now energy, potential inflation, end of the year, this new dot plot. Everything is it's like the pieces all fall into place right here. So it's not scary, but unfortunately we're in this slow movement until we see what the next snitch or answer will be. Either something's going to pull back or give out, or there will be new information we'll be able to respond to. Otherwise, we're back to waiting until we get the data schedule here. And every week, you're going to get some level of data. My buy price is on wheat. I like 533, even 570, but I'm just watching too, just depending on also what oil does. We're watching some calculators play Fight Club. For the most part, as long as the bonds are moving, everything is it's about to be unstable, but even though they're hitting these levels, it's doing it with a lot of stability. You see what I'm saying? Bond yields at a high, that's bad. Currencies weakening, that's bad, right? The yen, the yuan, but it's been 3 weeks of this, so it's kind of stable. It's not like it's cracking yet. So that's kind of, until anything cracks, I wouldn't be surprised if it was like this. Your dad went to Ohio State in 1970. He had those Kent State riots, and now he retired as VP. Wow, tell him congratulations. That's dope. That seems cool. Who went? One of the Fed people went to Penn State, I think. Wait, when TLT goes up, you said that's fear in the market. That means the yields are going down? Yes. And why would there be fear if yields are going down? Because that means they want rates lower to spur demand. Remember, we didn't raise rates because we were doing bad. We were raising rates because prices were going too high. The economy was booming. They wanted to slow inflation down. They didn't want things to go out of hand. So they raised rates. If at this point we start seeing rates go down, TLT up, that would mean they're stimulating the economy. That's why I say it's usually fear. People buy that once they're like, okay, they're cutting rates. You're doing it out of a problem usually. So that's why you get that reaction. Let's see. The bod's still working. I'm not down as much. On time. Hope the chads are well. I hope you're doing good too, Muse. Oh, I don't know how old that is. I just showed up on my other one, man. Good morning. I can't, bro. Y'all going, are you for real, bro? This Monday went by so fast. Holy, I can't believe the day, bro. We only have like what? Just over 30 minutes remaining? That's insane. You said it wouldn't surprise you if Powell cut rates in the next 3 months. Would you think he would do that out of fear of breaking something? Exactly. I think it's on the table, but just as likely, I also think Powell can push you up to 10%. Maybe that's what I need to say at the end so everybody understands it. I don't know if people get me on. It's all because of the dot plot. The dot plot is showing they're ready to position quickly and do nothing, maybe even cut, and then next year has a very high range. So the way I'm looking at it, it's either the economy is going to randomly, we're going to end the soft landing, an engine falls out between now and January. That would lead to a rate cut. But just as likely, if that does not occur, I think Powell could take interest rates up to 7 to 10%, or at the very least, mortgage rates will go to 10% in 2023, if that was the case. So it's one or the other, essentially. But again, I hope you see the alternatives. It's one is either a cut or one is going full Volcker. And that's, all of this time, all of these trades, everything, that is how I view Powell right here, right now. As I feel like he is ready to pivot out of nowhere to get everybody off guard, or he is going to go full Volcker, because that means we are 48 months in and we're still arguing the same shit. Oh man. No, it'll be wicked. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. So I hope it does help. Squeeze the 10 fail. We were kind of squeezing all day. They're purposefully trying to stop inflation. So are they trying to break something? No. They're trying to break inflation. But if something breaks in the process, their main focus is going to be inflation. Then depending on what breaks, if that's bigger than inflation, then they will change their policy. So positioning for the rate cut regardless? No, that's not what I said. How did you get that? No, I'm saying that if you're wrong on the rate cut in the short term, the rates are going to blow out. You're going to get killed on TLT. You're going to get murdered on it. Like that's why I was short on it. I'm flipping them back and forth, but it's like that. What I'm saying is that the rates are going to go massively higher, and then bonds are going to get clapped, and then maybe, I don't know how long that'll take. Then you'll get something, but I'm saying either a cut in the short term looking at 2023 dot plot, and if that doesn't happen, you better pray to God Powell does not, rekindle the spirit of Volcker. So I'll show you again. I've been showing it all week last. It's so fascinating, and I don't mind showing you again. You know what I'm saying? Like some people, even if I answer it again or not, but it's just like I don't know, bro. I thought you guys were gonna get mad at me for how I was talking last week. At the end of last week, after the dot plot, my attitude changed. If you didn't pick up on that, God bless you. But I want you to learn from it because I'm just saying, bro. I have been fixated on this dot plot. And I've been going back and forth because I'm like, from the moment I saw it. You could even go watch the live clip there, but it's just like this right here, looking at it visually should tell you what I'm saying. We're looking at it right here. You see how they're all aligned? They're ready to go, bro. This is one or two options, and they just didn't put a cut there just because they didn't want you to front run it. But do you not see it? They are all, you move this chart one move down, that's a rate cut, bro. You see what I'm saying? That is look at it. Just look at it. They're all there. Every single member is saying either pause or one more, just like the last one moved. It moved in tandem with all of them moving. You can move one shift down, one thing not forecasted, they're cutting this year. Right? That's what you see at 2023. That is the message that I was given. I look at that as, oh my gosh, you are ready to cut if you really wanted to. Otherwise, you would have threw a couple of dots up here. Why? Because they did that in the other ones. Why wouldn't you? You're not that smart. They're not thinking like they would have threw in a couple of dots if they were worried. So this is either saying immediate cut, but then look at 2024. This is Powell's insurance. And I don't think you're hearing me on this. Because if this doesn't lead to a cut by the end of the year, they have insurance for 2024, and that means he is going to jack up the rate. Even if the Fed, even if you go up and it says 0.5 higher, that's not 0.5. The range is 1%. And if they have the dot there now, they're gonna find a way to work their way up into it, just like they did every year. So that's why I'm just saying it's like this chart shows so much, and it's there. Yeah, it's only 2 voters. It's a range though. That's all. That's why I go back. I'm not talking out of my ass. There's something called central tendency. Again, excluding the highs and lows. So if you want to exclude the high dots, you're going to exclude the low dots as well. But I'm telling you, the range is crazy. But even without that, let's just look at, like, this says a lot at face value. They're either saying pause or cut, which, like I'm saying, you're one shift down to a cut. And then at the same time, they're leaving in. Even my dad got it. Even my dad was like, oh, so that they could hold the stick from the middle. This is an insurance plan like they've done for the last 2 years. I'm telling you, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to get it. But like it's just simple. If no rate cut happens by the end of the year, and I know not a lot of people aren't talking about that right now, sure, whatever. That's the only hope I could see. Otherwise, 2024 has the potential to be a nightmare for interest rates. So it's one or the other, either cut by end of the year or Powell becomes Volcker. So that's exactly where I think we are at this point. How did you find it's the dot plot? It's what they came out with. Everybody saw it on Friday or last Wednesday. I had it live and I told you, my reaction was almost the same. And then the next 2 days, I'm like, I want to trim some stuff. I closed out of a 2-year bond play that I held for months. And I just said, look at the bonds, look at the currencies, and now oil's running with all of this. Then we knew I cut out the bonds before the dot plot because of that. And then the dot plot just confirmed how weird it was. And if you looked at the prior dot plot and how they shifted it, everything I'm telling you, I'm not reaching. I don't have to reach too far. The only crazy thing I'm saying is rate cut by the end of the year, but I don't think the dot plot is too far off from that. But like I'm saying, if there's no rate cut, that means a very Volcker Powell next year. Trying to buy a parent's house for December. Trying to factor in point more for rates. Yeah, you could lock it in, though. I'm pretty sure you could put money up right now and lock in your mortgage. What am I leaning towards? I think about it. What I'm telling you is very realistic. I'm leaning towards Powell is going to fuck everything up, but there is still a possibility that in the next 3 months something breaks and then the market, we need to cut rates. I haven't put that out of my mind yet. I'm not in no landing camp. So otherwise, I think Powell is going to jack up the rates, but from now until then, till the end of the year here, there's still opportunity, especially if we're watching the jobs data kind of react, but I don't know. So it's either we're going to wake up and we'll see it when we see it, if oil goes or anything else happens. Otherwise, I am leaning towards higher rates now. Again, I think Powell, he's if he gets away with telling you 100 basis, he's going to drive it home. He's done it every time. That's why I'm like, Powell is such a dirty dog, but he's so good at what he does because he gets you focusing on like 1 or 2 hikes. And then after he gets you past your limit, he fucking goes another 100 basis points higher. Once you let Powell do it without having a tantrum, he fucks it up. Not in a bad way. He just goes through. This is why if people take advantage of you and people treat you wrong and you let them, they will keep doing it. That's the lesson with Powell. Every year he's told you, well, one more, everything, the Fed dot plot down to the Fed futures would price in 1 or 2 more hikes for the next year. By March of that next year, we got 4 more hikes, and then he keeps going. And then by the time he hits you at the end of the year, he's like, I got 4 more on the table for next year. So it's not, that's why I'm getting this idea. That's why I'm not saying, I don't think I'm reaching. I don't think I'm going too far off of my rocker here to say that, holy shit, he just signaled at least 2 more after this. Remember, this year, I documented it. We said we were only going to have 1 or 2 more rate hikes for the rest of 2023. We ended up getting double that, and now we're pricing in double that again. That's insane. But that's because Powell, if the market lets him get away with it and keeps doing it, then yeah, he tricked me and the bond. He got everybody. I didn't. Again, I got this. That's why I was buying the 2-year and not the 30-year, because I did believe Powell this year, but I was doubting that Powell can control an unforeseen event, where, again, like the banking failure and stuff like that. But eventually, they threw some money at it, and it got rid of the problem. But it's the same thing. You're either going to have a problem in the next 3 months, or Powell is going to destroy the bonds. JP doesn't care about the stock market, bro. Amen. And if you are listening to what I'm saying, you understand that's exactly what I'm telling you. He only cares about the bonds and what they're going to do with their plan. That's it. As long as he's getting the market to not throw a tantrum, the bond yield, nothing, again, stability. I could show you 4 or 5 asset classes all at the same price in the last 12 months, September to September. That's the stability. So he gives you stability for the most part, and then he tacks on another 2 to 4 rate hikes every year until something is going to break. So all it is either something breaks soon, and if it doesn't, be prepared for Powell to keep raising the rates. He's going to try to get away with as much as he can, I think. And I think their dot plot is so fluid, they could pivot it any way they want, and they're still going to be right. And that's why I think, though, what a moment to be in right now. Besides banks, what could break? Anybody with debt that has a maturity coming up, because then they would have to refinance with higher rates, and then they wouldn't be good. Do you think bonds or equities have more downside exposure? What do you mean? Are you saying that like stocks are already so low, if there's a risk that you're better, less downside? Or are you saying buy bonds now and that downside exposure? Because if we are talking the latter, and with bonds, it brings us back to the first topic we had in the morning, because it's like the duration risk. Yeah, you're saying bonds are so low, but it's duration. That's the problem. So this is what I was saying in the morning, and I'm glad that lady on Bloomberg came up, because she was spitting. But it's just like, we got to be realistic. We don't understand duration risk. There's people on Wall Street who say they do. I don't trust them. And that's the whole point, is that even though the bonds are low, you don't know how long the bonds will stay low, and then you don't know how much lower they will go after how much time. Why? Because it's just like saying you know what Powell is going to do. So unfortunate, because of modern monetary theory, your bonds they're going to move on policy a lot, especially in America. So the problem here is that how are you going to try to tell me TLT is low if you don't know what Powell is going to do? That's all. That's it. Well, he's going to cut when? 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 years, 1 month, 6 months. All of those answers create a different break even on your bond. Isn't that crazy? So it's just duration risk is hard to price in. That's the problem. The banks, that's what problem everyone has. That's why I say if I don't trust the banks and people on Wall Street, because those are the people who bought trillions of dollars of bonds at 0% and are getting whacked right now. It's the same exact thing, because they did not forecast what could happen in 30 years of, okay, well, how would that affect us and hurt our position? So all the people asking, should I buy TLT? Yes, it is very low, but we do not know where the floor is until we know what Powell does. So you don't know the real risk of how much of when it's going to move how you want it to move, or even give you a positive return while you're holding it. So that's what you got to watch out for. But unfortunately, that is a very hard thing to answer. And that's what the lady was talking about here. And that's why you have people buying high yield credit versus some of these bonds here, because it's like you have risk on duration, but you already know short-term rates are already high and higher than the longest end of the curve. So if you're trying to, before long-term rates get to where short-term rates are, if you try to price in duration, if you're trying to price in duration with an inverted yield curve, it's a lot more difficult than you think. And what I'm saying is that most people, we are exposed to a lot of risk on TLT that we don't know about, because we don't know what the F Powell is going to do. So does that help? I hope that's a good lesson, though. I'm telling you, it's fire, though. That's something right there. If you understand that, or again, you could go listen to that Bloomberg lady there earlier, Joanna something. But that is the real risk with all of this. Yeah, TLT selling in and close. I took 340 down on that, man. That's whack. So I'll be down $200 after the other day trades, and then we had the 3,000 realized. But it still moved. That's off of the 115 support. I mean, Powell doesn't know what he's going to do either. I agree. In the same respect, I'm with you. Because I think he could go full Volcker or not, but I think he's just waiting. And he's just chilling until, like if he breaks something, he'll react. If nothing breaks, he's going to keep doing what he's doing. Galagos was the ladies. Yeah, it was in the morning, bro. I'm telling you, she explained it very well and she highlighted it. And it was we had the same conversation prior, but, like she said, she said it simply, and most investors cannot price in duration risk. And then she's even talking about big money too. She's not talking about retail. She's not talking Robinhood. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is everybody in the world. This is a wild thing to ask, to accurately know. You could have a range and you can have an idea for sure, but to really know, and then if one thing changes, I mean, that's what has led the bond market to just been clapping people left and right. Mm. Might be onto something. Well, all I am trying to do is help you guys understand this more so we could really get a good play, but also to protect you too, just in the sense it's going to be a back and forth going for the bond play. So just at the same time, I know everyone sees the low, think in advance, but also We need more answers. But that's why I'm saying, bro, we're entering in game time. These last 3 months are they could tell us a lot. And because, again, if this 3 months is good, then next year we're going to be fighting with interest rates. And then if this is bad, then maybe we end this earlier than we thought, which would be nice. But then we have a whole nother set of issues we haven't even been exposed to yet. Yeah, trying to price in the future with certainty. Yes, very difficult, but it's not even the future. It's duration. It's time. Just don't forget TLT is 20 years plus. So there might be a time where the market goes good, but your TLT won't react because what was good doesn't apply to that duration. So that's where it's just like there is a durational risk of what could happen in the tenure of your bond that changes how it should be valued. You think Powell wanted more damage from SVB? I think Powell wanted unemployment, but he didn't want a bank to fail. That's the only way I could put it. That's why he came up with the BTFP, and they knew things were going to happen, and they wanted unemployment, but I don't think he wanted, $100 billion going bust. So that's why I think they added the BTFP, and then that changed the whole dynamic for the rest of this year. Where is Overstock and Beyond? They need to change that ticker. I think he wanted more credit tightening. He did, but if SVB could have led to like unemployment with the bankers, but no, literally like people losing all that money, I think Powell wouldn't have done the BTFP. He would have been fine with it, but it's just the fact that was a problem where he had to respond. If he didn't, he would have got what he wanted, but it would have created a bigger again, you would have, bro, if they didn't do that, you guys realize none of you would be trusting a bank right now? Isn't it funny how trust is so fragile but so solid at the same time? Because you realize that, right? If there was no BTFP and Powell was just like, this was going to happen, and they just let one bank, if there was no sound and resilient, if there was no guarantees, no FDIC backing people up, like, do you realize what things would look like right now? None of you would you'd be like, bro, I got money in my bank, I got to go get it. Oh my! It would have been months of people trying to literally there was a bank run without the negatives of it at the onset of it all. So, factor that into how it would have played out. So that fiasco went a long way. Does the world constantly have supply chain issues? Nonstop for his COVID ability to travel and energy in Europe's and riders. It's a good take, but the supply chain was from 2014, 2013 to 2020, the supply chain advanced a lot. So we didn't have supply chain problems. We had supply chain advancements, believe it or not. You got to think, why was everything in 2018, 2017, why were things cheap? Because we were making technology. We were making progress in the supply chain. We were getting stuff from China to here, having ways to move it. It was cheap to drive. It was cheap for gas. You see what I'm saying? We found ways to do it, but now people are changing how they want to use energy. People are changing, again, all this stuff from COVID, and now prices are going up. It's disrupting the supply chain because we made a lot of advancement, but now we got faced with a different set of challenges that the supply chain advancements didn't necessarily advance. You see what I'm saying? So that's why we have what we have here today, unfortunately. But I could see where you're getting at, but at the same time, I would even argue we had a golden era of supply chain leading into COVID, but then COVID and all that, all the resulting stuff just messed everything up. Still got 14 minutes. Oh my goodness. Tanker, I like shippers. I think shippers, if oil right now, we still need to confirm it. You could go ahead or not. That's up to you. But if you think oil, and my take, if it holds 100, then everything goes with it. Commodities, agriculture, as well as now even shipping, I think it's going to be a big focus. That's why JP Morgan upgraded Zim the other time. Is it worth the trip for Torrey Pines? Do you golf? Torrey Pines is beautiful, though. I mean, San Diego in general, but if you're like, should I come visit for Torrey? I don't know what you're going to do out there, but if you golf, a lot of good things. Oil's at 95 on Brent, I think, but I think you got 80 or 90 bucks on CL. I'm talking WTI 100. Yeah, you're at 89, right? But you were just above it. Again, went as high as 92. You play golf? Oh, yeah. Then what the F? You have to go to Torrey Pines. See, that's the thing. I like Torrey Pines even without golf. I don't golf, but I know what Torrey Pines is. So it's a beautiful place already. You're going to have a lot of food. You'll have a lot of golfers there, too, in the area, the beach area. Again, like Del Mar, La Jolla, you'll love it out there. But if you golf, you got to play around at Torrey Pines, my man. I think, especially if you have the opportunity. But going, it's good, though, too. It's one thing about weather, but you can get some, I think there's some chiller seasons. The dollar strengthening alongside oil. It's like oil is getting expensive and it's slaughtering developing nations and other countries whose currencies are weaker, causing them massive inflation. And then we're just going up as a result of their currencies weakening. Could be it. If that could help give you insight. That's my theory. But yes. Which one do you think is worse to live at, San Francisco or LA? Just depends what you're into. I like you have to know where to live. San Francisco, there's places there that you could live, like the Palo Alto is nice. I like Palo Alto. I like San Jose. Even the one place, alt something with the A, it's close by, like kind of where they have the Apple thing. Like there's certain places there. Yeah, like Los Gatos. I like Los Gatos. Like the areas outside of there are great. Like Atherton's nice too. You know what I'm saying? But like San Francisco City, no. But like LA, I wouldn't live in LA City either, though. I wouldn't fucking live in downtown LA. Like it's crazy. But then again, though, I know LA better though. Like LA is just you could make it way nicer. I don't like San Francisco City, no. But San Fran has better food. That's the only problem. Yeah, I said it. San Francisco has way better food than LA. I can't lie about that. And LA has some damn good food. I love my Rancho Cucamonga and Riverside. Yeah, man, I feel you. But even then, like, I've liked Encino and Sherman Oaks for as long as my friends would say, oh my gosh, the Valley. And I was like, fuck yeah, I loved them. I was like, there's so many places in LA. Like, even then, like, bro, by UCLA, that's kind of like low key. You can live around there. It's so much of a different vibe. You're from SF and LA food better. Maybe we just don't appreciate where we come from. Because I don't know. San Fran, they got me on the food. Spy's going up. The next level here is going to be the final defense zone, the 4337. Remember Friday last week, we were talking, these are your two defense zones. Otherwise, this was the last hope. So we'll see 637 to the sell side. BDX on the high. Spy is working, and then bonds are flushing. Today's the 4-year POTUS Trump meet with Zelensky on the sideline. Oh, really? Interesting. So much Trump today. We had a video of Trump trying to buy a gun. I don't know. That was weird. Best place to live in. I've never been to Dubai. I don't know. I know people in Dubai, but I ain't never Dubai'd. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I know California. I could almost find you a good place to live anywhere in Cali, regardless of your budget. I know the cheap places, but watch out, bro. Hemet, Hemet though is, dude, there was a lady who got stabbed and killed in Hemet because people were doing drugs outside of her house. And then she came out to call them out, and then they just killed her. So Hemet is still cheap Cali. That's still available. Hemet, you get a house for 300 grand still, a house. That's like, I don't know. There's a couple places, Riverside, San Bernardino. Elsinore, bro, low-key, Elsinore is getting a little nicer than Hemet even. That's why I'm like, but Elsinore, they still got their drugs of choice too. But I still like Hemet. I like Hemet. I'm not against Hemet. I just know I know the reputation and the jokes with it, but it's like, though, that's like your there's like Hemet is borderline, like you're close to things, but it's still cheap relatively. It doubled in price though. I remember when Hemet used to be 100 grand. Same houses are 300 now, but there's like cheap places still if you were, still that opportunity for gentrification. NorCal, yeah, Sacramento is still kind of cheap though too. What I'm saying, all throughout Cali, there's still some places. You've been to Dubai, man. You're getting triple doubles in Dubai. That could be a rap song. Uh-oh, no way. Oh, Chattadonia. Wow. So new guy, he's going to be on here in a little bit, but that's it, man. The day is already over. The day is already over. How do you feel, bro? How do you feel? So, yeah, the new guy's going to come on. He gets a little louder here. So when I say earmuffs, you're going to want to mute your speakers because it gets just very, very loud. I don't want you to have bleeding eardrums. We've had reports of that, which is kind of crazy, but for the most part, just want you to have a good experience. So it gets loud when I say earmuffs. So I just want to protect you, make sure you have a good time, and hopefully you will be prepared for that. So earmuffs is the word. F-350 is not out yet. It's not out yet. You cannot open carry in Cali. No. Oh, whoa. Look at that green, bro. Oh, man, what a final five there, bro. You just sold off 433 to 427, and now you're back to 433.4. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my gosh. Biden, House Republicans reneging on agreed funding levels. All right, chat. There it is. Where is it? All right, we're almost there. They're getting there. Fake, that's crazy. You're already going up. Even the bonds are coming up here a little bit. So, Chattadonia, earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description, that's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. at a sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 72 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day unless you thought the market would actually move more than it kind of moved in the morning and then the bonds actually had a reaction. No, that didn't happen, but good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. It's time to bring it home. It is time to bring it home, my brother and my sister. You better finalize it. Let's go, baby. Show me what you got. Show me what you got, but speak now or forever hold your peace. The market is moving up here tomorrow, no holiday. Get a little more data, but it's really towards the end of the week. You get Powell, all the data and everything else. So, Chad, you have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Finalize those plays, shares, options, futures, whatever it may be. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You got a little bit of data tomorrow. You got a lot bigger data at the middle of the week. You're even going to hear from Powell. The bonds are getting blown out. Everybody's asking about this or that or this or that. So, Chad, what are you going to do? Finalize the plays and bring it home. But speak now or forever hold your peace. You have less than 10 seconds remaining. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. What you going to do? What you going to do, baby? What you going to do? WLK on the high. 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Or nah, let's go, baby. Chattadonia, we did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books. I need a good game in the chat. Let's go. Drop me that GG, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that held it down and contributed brought something to the table. That's what I'm talking about. Members, non-members, stream alerts. You gave back. You contributed. That's what I need. But all I need is a GG. It don't matter if you're the best in the world or a baby back bitch. If you don't drop a GG, that's not good sportsmanship. It's all fake without a GG. I need that good game right now, baby. Let's go. What's the excuse? Nothing. Show good sportsmanship. You made it. You're a part of the game. You brought something to the table. Oh my gosh, good game. That's what I'm talking about, baby. I see you too, Twitch. Everybody, members, non-members, stream alerts, honorary members, positive people, baby back bitches. It don't matter. It's good. I'm tweaking on the keyboard right now. Let's go, baby. Good game.
So I stop influentialist fuckboy. My mental been tough. Wear my heart on my cuff. It ain't hard I don't want. Cause then everyone got like opinions and thoughts. Why they don't mean a lot. And my money on stats. I can show you the top. Every bottom my pop. Both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Huh. Oh, this one? No, wait, somebody said it. They wanted something. Where was it? Where is it? I'll give you one. I'll give you one, bro. I'll give you one. I'll give you Oh, where is it? But, Chad, I love you. Thank you for the day. I hope your Monday flew by, because my Monday, I don't know where my Monday went. You know what I'm saying? I have no idea where my Monday went. You know, and I love you, and God bless you, but I have no idea where this Monday went. it all flew by, so I'm glad you spent it here. And for real, man, if you did give me an opportunity today, you hung out. I mean, you are a positive to the chat. Maybe you said some negative things, but you picked it up quick. You know what I'm saying? You see the community, what we're here for, why we do it. We had a lot of good discussions. I think we talked a lot about Powell and the bond. Honestly, I think there was a lot of things to take from today. So if you helped that conversation, you are part of all of it, man. Thank you and God bless you. Thank you for the opportunity. And honestly, though, fuck that. It ain't even about me, bro. I'm praying for all of you, okay? I hope you know that, man. I'm praying for all of you, and that's it. I don't care what you believe, even if you believe in prayer or not. Like I'm saying, bro, you know, I see Chad's there, and I hope I can encourage you. And I don't say this, I say this as somebody who has money but still has shitty things happen to them. I don't know if anything, I think that has a little bit more weight. But what I'm trying to tell you, man, is for real. Everybody goes through stuff, and I'm here to encourage y'all, and I'm rooting for y'all for real, man. And I'm praying for y'all. And like I said, the good and bad will grow at the same time. Those weeds ain't gonna kill it, man. But you may not have an answer to some things today, but you will, bro. You will. You will definitely have that answer. And that's all I'm saying, man. God bless all of you. I want to see you succeed. So I hope I could answer and help you out with questions and anything in life that could get you there. But above all else, man, a good attitude in that right mental space could go a long way. So just know I'm praying for that for all of you. And even then, on a 7-hour basis, if I have an opportunity to work towards that and help you achieve that, that is a big focus of mine. Because I'm just saying, I'm praying for y'all, and I understand it. I read the prayer requests. I have shit in my own life. I see other people, and I'm here to give a good word, bro. And it's not the word you think, you know. I'm just saying, encouragement does not mean, you know, Jesus this, Jesus that. And I understand how people take it. But like I'm saying, it's like I'm here to, you know what I'm saying? I'm here to encourage and give good words, however you take it. But I don't want to see people with their head down about other things in life. And that's really what I'm talking about too, though. You know what I'm saying? Although we do stocks, although we do a lot of trading, you know, just saying, man, there's way more than just the market. And I understand you have to go through all that. All of us do. So